I told y'all, I told y'all, I told y'all. That's all I'm gonna say. I told y'all. Man, don't you know you got... Wait a minute, man. Let me get a couple of people in here before Tregang snap off. I'm finna snap. Cause when it come to Kenneka G and K's, man, you know how I feel about it. And you know when it comes to Kenneka G and K, Tregang show receipts. Tregang show receipts, timestamps, and all of this. And when it comes to the Kenneka G and K, man, y'all already know Tregang. I always told y'all, like, man, look, you know how, like, when Miss Teresa said, my daughter was murdered, but not the way that y'all think. I got the video. Not the murder video, but I got the video finna explain everything. I swear to God I do. Cause I had went live earlier. When I told everybody was like, oh man, don't you know, man, you know all the people in the Bible is fake. The 12 Israel tribe, it's a real tribe. Them some real people, bro. Them real people. Hold on, watch this. Check this out. Thumb me up if you watched my live earlier today, right? Thumb me up if you watch my live earlier today. Thumb me up right now. And check this out. And when you thumb me up, because y'all know I was talking about Odin, right? The Odin god. And I'm trying to tell everybody, look, that's the all-seeing eye on the Freemasonry. And I'm like, man, look, they made up the Jesus character. Then you got people like, well, look, Tregang, I'm out. You know what I'm saying, man? I'm gone. Okay, be gone. You finna come back. You finna come back after this one. All right. Remember when I told y'all about Odin right here? The story? I even went back to the Delphi murders and showing everybody that, hey, do you know? Okay, check this out. When I went live earlier today, this morning, I knew when I went live, I'm like, man, ain't nobody finna believe this. I might lose a lot of people after this one. I might lose a lot of people after this one. So it ain't about no views or nothing. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about no view. What I told y'all, I said Tregang did research. Y'all told me to dig. And that's what I did. I done broke through the Freemasonic. If I told y'all, check this out. How many people in here? How many likes I got? 20? Let's get to 30 right now. Let's get to 30 right now. If you watch my live, everything what I said about Odin, you can't call me a liar now when I say this. Oh, Tregang said this Odin, he supposed to be the all-seeing eye on the pyramid. All right? He's a Viking. He's the father. He is the all-father. Odin is obsessed with knowledge and knowing everything and all it is. Check this out. Thought. When I told y'all, when you go back to the Bible, once you go back to the Bible, ain't this same Odin with all those images I told y'all that we were worshiping as gods? Why is he related to all the images in the Bible of the pagan gods in the Old Testament? If Tregang show you proof, when I told everybody, I'm like, y'all know Jesus made up. Now, Tregang, you know, Jesus my Lord and Savior. I know that at once upon a time, he was my Lord and Savior too. You see what I'm saying? For a while, I grew up in the church, bro. The things that I didn't know then, you couldn't tell me nothing about Jesus. I love Jesus with all my heart. But when I found out the truth, it crushed my heart. Because now it's dealing with my religion, right? Okay. So, if you watch my live this morning, when I was talking about, y'all know God is made up, the world creation is made. If he said he created this Odin, the one all seeing that said, I created the world. And I'm telling everybody, I'm like, this the God that y'all were praising to. I'm reading the chat. People in the chat, man, like, man, what the hell is this? Oh no, Tregang, you reaching. And the whole time, I ain't even reaching at all. Cause this one video finna explain everything. When I told y'all, this the God that you prayed to. When Moses had the staff or the rod, this the one that gave Moses the command with the rod. And it was all rocks and images. He the father of all symbols, signs, and all the ghosts, thought, all the pagan gods in the Old Testament. Check this out. Tregang showed you prove that, okay, when I told everybody, I said, this the God you praising to. No, it ain't God. I mean, no, it ain't Tregang. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Cause he said, he created Hermes. He created the world, heaven, and hell. And he got sons. And guess who his sons is? All the pagan gods in the Bible. So when I told everybody that Jesus was a made-up character, thumb me up when you listen to this now.
And it is simple to understand why, as every morning...
Let me stop it. Disclaimer for use education purpose, use only. All rights, image, and music clip belong to their respective owner, and we do not claim ownership.
Sun would rise, bringing vision, warmth, and security, saving man from the cold, blind, predator-filled darkness of night. Without it, the cultures understood, the crops would not grow, and life on the planet would not survive. These realities made the sun the most adorned object of all time. Likewise, they were also very aware of the stars. The tracking of the stars allowed them to recognize and anticipate events which occurred over long periods of time, such as eclipses and full moons. They in turn cataloged celestial groups into what we know today as constellations. This is the cross of the Zodiac, one of the oldest conceptual images in human history. It reflects the sun as it figuratively passes through the 12 major constellations over the course of a year. It also reflects the 12 months of the year, the 4 seasons, and the solstices and equinoxes. The term zodiac relates to the fact that constellations were anthropomorphized or personified as figures or animals. In other words, the early civilizations did not just follow the sun and stars, they personified them with elaborate myths involving their movements and relationships. The sun, with its life-giving and saving qualities, was personified as a representative of the unseen creator or God, God's Son, the light of the world, the savior of humankind. Likewise, the 12 constellations represented places of travel for God's Son, and were identified by names usually representing elements of nature that happened during that period of time. For example, Aquarius, the water bearer, who brings the spring rains. This is Horus. He is the sun god of Egypt of around 3000 BC. He is...
So, when I told everybody, when I was like, hey, this the God you praising to. This the one-eyed God. This the one-eyed God, right? That on the dollar bill, on the pyramid and everything. When it comes to this, that's why they said this the eye of Horus. Cause it's the same person. It's the same person. When I told y'all, don't you see the staff? The stick? The snake? Look at the snake. Everybody knows what snake that is. That's the crazy part about it. Everybody know what snake is this color. You can't say Tregang ain't no liar. And you can't say, man, Tregang said, man, Kenneka showed him this in a murder case, bruh. This was blowing my mind. So the whole time when I'm trying to tell everybody, this is the God that we was praising to. This the God that told Moses about the staff, the snakes, the rod, and everything. Look how he was living in heavenly. And then when he came to the earth, now you finna see why, like, okay. I see why he got the sun. Look what color. Look, you see he got the green, you know what I'm saying? You see, look what's in his hand. That's the same thing they whipped Jesus with. And he already got a cross, and this before Jesus, bruh. Listen to this.
Is the sun anthropomorphized, and his life is a series of allegorical myths involving the sun's movement in the sky. From the ancient hieroglyphics in Egypt, we know much about the solar messiah. For instance, Horus, being the sun or the light, had an enemy known as Set, and Set was the personification of the darkness or night. And, metaphorically speaking, every morning Horus would win the battle against Set, while in the evening Set would conquer Horus and send him into the underworld. It is important to note that dark versus light, or good versus evil, is one of the most ubiquitous mythological dualities ever known, and is still expressed on many levels to this day. Broadly speaking, the story of Horus is as follows. Horus was born on December 25th of the Virgin Isis Mary. His birth was accompanied by a star in the east, which, in turn, 3 kings followed to locate and adorn the newborn Savior. At the age of 12, he was a prodigal child teacher, and at the age of 30, he was baptized by a figure known as Anup, and thus began his ministry. Horus...
Uh-oh! So you mean to tell me if I told y'all this the one-eyed God, and Horus, and they told you this the one-eyed God, that's why they got him depicted. That's why you don't see, when they show you these type of images, they only show you one eye. So why do Horus got the same narrative as Jesus? And this was way before they written the Bible. So is I'm lying now? Look, check this out. If you really want me to preach, guess what they say? You know Jesus was born on these symbols. That's why we got Santa Claus. Guess what Tregang traced back to Santa Claus? Back to the same God. Oh, Saint Nick. So when I was trying to tell y'all, like, man, look, that's why we got holidays. We worshiping pagan gods. You see what I'm saying? Then I went to Santa Claus, and you seen the truth about Santa Claus? Santa Claus got little dwarfs working for him, and they finna go and give all the gift. He finna creep down your chimney. Guess what's his name is? Kris Kringler. So look, when I was trying to tell everybody, I'm like, look, y'all, I was raised in the church. And everything what I learned now, I see why we worshiping pagan God, and Jesus was a made-up story, all because his family, this the key. He want his family to be rich. He got money on his mind. Only thing he want to do, this how, instead of selling drugs, instead of selling merchandise, sell religions. Cause you can sell religion to anybody, just like a drug. You see what I'm saying? So When it came to the Kenneka GK, you can't say I'm lying. When it came to the Owl Horus, guess who Tregang said who is the Owl Horus? It's him. That's why you don't have a man figure on this image. Right? Check this out.
Had 12 disciples he traveled about with, performing miracles such as healing the sick and walking on water. Horus was known by many gestural names such as the Truth, the Light, God's Anointed Son, the Good Shepherd, the Lamb of God, and many others. After being betrayed by Typhon, Horus was crucified, buried for 3 days, and thus resurrected. These attributes of Horus, whether original or not, seem to permeate many cultures of the world, for many other gods are found to have the same general mythological structure. Attis of Phrygia, born of the Virgin Nana on December 25th, crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected. Krishna of India, born of the Virgin Devaki, with a star in the east signaling his coming. He performed miracles with his disciples, and, upon his death, was resurrected. Dionysus of Greece, born of a virgin on December 25th, was a traveling teacher who performed miracles such as turning water into wine. He was referred to as the King of Kings, God's only begotten Son, the Alpha and Omega, and many others. And, upon his death, he was resurrected. Mithra of Persia, born of a virgin on December 25th, he had 12 disciples and performed miracles, and upon his death was buried for 3 days and thus resurrected. He was also referred to as the Truth, the Light, and many others. Interestingly, the sacred day of worship of Mithra was Sunday.
Hold on, what you say, TB? Sound like the government in the industry. Ooh, we stick around. I'm so glad y'all go thumb that person up right now. Cause that's what I'm finna get at. That's what I'm finna get at. That's my whole purpose of going live right now. So, if you got this person saying this sounds like the government, and this sounds like the industry, I'm gonna just play this video, and the next video I play, now you finna see what's really going on while the music finna play a major role. Hollywood, the industry, the music game, R&B, all the entertainment service, right? Watch this, Nickelodeon. Check this out.
The fact of the matter is, there are numerous saviors from different periods from all over the world. The fact of the matter is, there are numerous saviors from different periods from all over the world, which
see that? Do y'all see this name right here? Odin. Odin. So when I told y'all, man, look, that goddamn Bible gonna show you. Boy, look how it went back to Odin. Can't say I'm lying now. You can't say I'm lying. I got to have your attention now. You got to thumb this video up because I just showed you proof with this one video that's leading back to Odin and the Druids. Guess who the Druids gonna be? Boy, this shit crazy. This shit so crazy. I know y'all love Jesus, bruh. I know that. It once upon a time, man, I'm on the battlefield for Jesus, bruh. Jesus changed my life. All because the way Jesus changed my life is really turned me to a sucker. If you really think about it. Yeah, turn the other cheek, Tregang, when somebody fucking with you. What? So let you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Appreciate those likes, goddammit. So you can't say, oh, Tregang got my bad attention. He just done showed the Odin, and Odin is everybody that's in the Bible. There was a pagan god with Moses with the staff and telling Pharaoh, you let my people go, and they went and destroyed villages of this pagan god. Whoa! And he's the father of all the pagan gods in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament. Look.
Subscribe to these general characteristics. The question remains, why these attributes? Why the virgin birth on December 25th? Why dead for 3 days in the inevitable resurrection? Why 12 disciples or followers? To find out, let's examine the most recent of the solar messiahs. Jesus Christ was born of the Virgin Mary on December 25th in Bethlehem. His birth was announced by a star in the east, which 3 kings or magi followed to locate and adorn the new Savior. He was a child teacher at 12, and at the age of 30 he was baptized by John the Baptist, and thus began his ministry. Jesus had 12 disciples, which he traveled about with, performing miracles such as healing the sick, walking on water, raising the dead. He was also known as the King of Kings, the Son of God, the Light of the World, the Alpha and Omega, the Lamb of God, and many, many others. After being betrayed by his disciple Judas and sold for 30 pieces of silver, he was crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected and ascended into heaven. First of all, the birth sequence is completely astrological. The star in the east is Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, which, on December 24th, aligns with the 3 brightest stars in Orion's belt. These 3 bright stars in Orion's belt are called today what they were called in ancient times, the 3 kings. And the 3 kings and the brightest star, Sirius, all point to the place of the sunrise on December 25th. This is why the 3 kings follow the star in the east, in order to locate the sunrise, the birth of the sun.
So check this out. If you look at it like this here, the real true God, what if he created the sun on December the 25th? Not Jesus, not no Herman, but the sun, because that's what gives light. What month that God started this creation? Whoa! Boy, finna blow your mind. Notice they didn't give you a month like, okay, what month that God created the world? So it sounds like the Ark of Covenant. Look at it like this here. Maybe he stole from the real true creator that actually created us and actually know the truth and got the books. That's what the Covenant Art, just look at it. The Covenant Art is a dictionary. You can invent this, you can invent that, you know what I'm saying? This how you can build structures, this how you can farm, this how you can plant, you know what I'm saying? Knowledge. So what if he stole from the true God that actually created us and gave us life and created the flesh? And he stole from the true God and created rocks and stones after his image, and you got pictures of Jesus and all of this. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Cause before Jesus was birthed, check this out. If you did some research, guess what time they actually had the Bible in play. The Bible first came in the 1st century. The Bible came in the 1st century. The Bible was already floating around the city, a Bible. And you got the New Testament be like, yeah, Jesus died for your sins. How would Jesus die for your sins? And you got the Bible circulating when the man died already. I mean, still alive. You got the Bible circulating while the man's still alive while you trying to tell a story. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. They had to, if you do research, they had to, when they said Jesus was born, put it like this, when they said Jesus was born, the Bible was already circulated, and it said the man already died, and he was just born, according to the scripture. According to the scripture. That's crazy. If you think I'm lying, Google this right now. You can split your screen on your phone or whatever device you want. Ask, was Jesus born in the 1st century? If they say Jesus was born in the 1st century, now you got bigger problems. Because if he was born in the 1st century, ooh-wee. Watch this.
The Virgin Mary is the constellation Virgo, also known as Virgo the Virgin. Virgo in Latin means virgin. The ancient glyph for Virgo is the altered M. This is why Mary, along with other virgin mothers, such as Adonis's mother Myra or Buddha's mother Maya, begin with an M. Virgo is also referred to as the house of bread, and the representation of Virgo is a virgin holding a sheaf of wheat. This house of bread and its symbol of wheat represents August and September, the time of harvest. In turn, Bethlehem, in fact, literally translates to house of bread. Bethlehem is thus a reference to the constellation.
When I said Jesus was a symbol in the idol, if I told y'all, man, look, Jesus really was a symbol in the idol. If you got Bethlehem, what did Jesus say? I am the bread. Just as like when I told y'all, look, King David and King Solomon wasn't real. They was actually temples. They were actually temples. So when you look at Jesus and he said he is the bread, that's why you go to church and they were like, yeah, you know, take this bread of Christ. Right? So when I tell you who Jesus really is, Jesus is a pagan god. He's not a human. He just is a house of bread. It's a building where they go in Bethlehem and perform a ritual of eating the bread. That's all. That's all. You see what I'm saying? Look, when I told everybody, like, if you go back to Moses, Moses not a real character. Moses is the staff. If you look at like Moses as the rod with the snake around it and versus the human version. If you look at Moses as the human version, or you look at Moses as the staff version of the rod with the snake around it and all it is, which image will be more powerful? And which image will be more than a lie? Well, I know when you ain't human. But the staff symbolize that there's a snake around, and they want everybody to believe that this snake can bite you and poison you, but this same snake can heal you, and that's the truth. If you get bit by a snake right now, the first thing they're gonna want to do, what kind of snake you got bit with? You know, they already know what kind of snake. It's gonna have to be like a godless snake. If it's a venom snake, they already gonna know. So they're gonna know how to treat that because they already got snake venom, and they already know they got to cure you with the same animal that poison you. That's a proven fact. That's a proven fact. So look.
Constellation Virgo, a place in the sky, not on Earth. There's another very interesting phenomenon that occurs around December 25th, or the winter solstice. From the summer solstice to the winter solstice, the days become shorter and colder. And from the perspective of the northern hemisphere, the sun appears to move south and get smaller and more scarce. The shortening of the days and the expiration of the crops when approaching the winter solstice symbolize the process of death to the ancients. It was the death of the sun. and by December 22nd, the sun's demise.
It's not the death of the sun. Maybe the sun finna rest. Cause if the sun if the sun is the light of the world, why you think what's the first thing y'all finna do when you get out of work and you did your daily work? Finna go home and you finna rest. And that's what God will be doing. And boy, this shit finna get crazy. I'm trying to preach. What would the sun will be doing from the 23rd to the 25th? So that sounds like somebody actually told the teachings. Make a long story short, this is what the covenant art is all about. They stole the books. They stole the books from the real history, and when he write the same thing of the real creation, he said, "Let us make man in our own image." You can't depict a sun, cause the sun real. What? You can't depict the moon. The moon is real. You can see it. That's the mystery of the world. Nobody don't know how it float. Nobody don't know. If it was a big bowl of fire, why you don't see smoke? If it ain't no oxygen in space, why is it still burning? Maybe it's not like a ball of fire, but it's the light. Just say, what if you died right now and you were looking at heaven the whole time? And it was the sun. And you died, your afterlife or whatever the case may be, and you go to the sun. And that's where everything, that's the light. It's not, it might be, don't be about assuming fire. Maybe it's a light of wisdom. This is what I'm getting out of this for the things that I'm finding out. You see what I'm saying? That's all. So when I was trying to tell everybody, man, look, Jesus was made up, don't attack me when I say that, because when I say that Jesus was made up, it was in his likeness. But that don't mean it's some truth to that story. Because where he get all that wisdom from and lost the eye in the battle. Yup. And that's where you finna get Freemasonry from. And I'm finna expose the Freemasonry. Yep. I'm finna expose the Freemasonry, right? Watch this.
Was fully realized, for the sun, having moved south continually for 6 months, makes it to its lowest point in the sky. Here a curious thing occurs. The sun stops moving south, at least perceivably, for 3 days. And during this 3-day pause, the sun resides in the vicinity of the Southern Cross, or Crux, constellation. And after this time, on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree, this time north, foreshadowing longer days, warmth, and spring. And thus it was said.
So that means that would be daylight saving times, right? Boy, this shit finna get serious. Boy, this shit finna get so serious.
The sun died on the cross, was dead for 3 days, only to be resurrected or born again. This is why Jesus and numerous other sun gods share the crucifixion, 3-day death, and resurrection concept. It is the sun's transition period before it shifts its direction back into the northern hemisphere, bringing spring and thus salvation. However, they did not celebrate the resurrection of the sun until the spring equinox, or Easter. This is because at the spring equinox, the sun officially overpowers the evil darkness, as daytime thereafter becomes longer in duration than the night, and the revitalizing conditions of spring emerge. Now, probably the most obvious of all the astrological symbolism around Jesus regards the 12 disciples. They are simply the 12 constellations of the Zodiac, which Jesus, being the sun, travels about with.
Now look, look where you finna get all the pagan gods that's related to Odin. And he's the father, check this out, he's the god of all pagans and statues and idol. Whoa, he was never the creator. Whoa. So when I tell you every god that was up under him, the all-seeing eye, trace back to all the pagan gods in the Bible. Can't say I'm lying now. Can't say I'm lying now. That's why he the all-seeing God. Because guess how he will be the all-seeing God? If you go to church every Sunday, they know your religion. They got a background check on you because your son Snoop, Lil Ray, your hot-ass daughters got charges in the system. They see everything. Oh, we know what your family proper on and all that. We got your whole family tree. They the all-seeing eye of God. And they built a system, bro. Man, they built a system so strong. The system is so strong. Think about the white pale horse. Who on the white pale horse? When you think about the apocalypse in Revelation, when they were predicting about, yeah, watch out for the red horse, the white horse, the green horse. That's what I want to see in the chat. That's what I want to see in the chat. Now look, so to make a long story short, why when it comes to Jesus, it's similar around pagan gods and call it the Zodiac? And this in the 11th century. Let's make that clear. Yeah.
In fact, the number 12 is replete throughout the Bible.
And think about it, when it comes to the clock, where did it start from? 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The clock already reset at 12, right? So think about it. Why is it all like, 12 midnight, 12 in the afternoon, 12 midnight, 12 in the afternoon? So 12 midnight is the sun. 12 afternoon is when the sun is at the at its highest peak. I'm trying to give y'all some Freemasonry history. Have you ever looked at it like that? Like, oh yeah, I ain't never looked at it like that, Tregang, cause that's when the sun rise. Guess where the sun rise? From the east. Whoa, and settle in the west. Woo-wee. So if the sun rise from the east, what do this sound like? Yeah, Jesus was born, then 3 kings came over there because they were following the star. What star? They was following. At night? No. No. I ain't finna let the Freemasons get away with this one. Cause check this out. The shit that I done learned. Alright. Thumb me up if you want me to link this shit back to the music industry. Just like what that person said in the chat. This sound like the government. When that person said this sound like the government is involved, keep this in mind. I got all this shit up when it came to the family tree. Ain't all of these family members, ain't all of these people is family members that was presidents. Let's make that be clear. I don't want nobody thinking that, man, Tregang just a cloud chaser. No, Tregang no cloud chaser. I just got receipts. I just don't know how to explain the shit that I'm finding out. That's what I got a problem with. I don't know how to explain this shit like a professor or, you know, somebody from Harvard. You know what I'm talking about? So the words that gonna come out my mouth gonna be gibberish. You know, I'm from the hood. You know what I'm talking about? So I ain't gonna use some big words. But if you got a visual, like, check this out. You want to know how much power you get once you figured out the Bible? Check this out. Once you figured out the Bible and they try to control you with the Bible, once you find out the truth, at first I was like, damn, man, the shit that I found out the Bible, man, you might as well just throw the Bible away. I would rephrase that. No, don't throw it away. That's finna make the Bible more interesting. Cause if you got a lie and you been caught up with it, throw that Bible right back in their face. Throw the Bible right back in their face. Although teaching you said, whoa. And y'all said y'all the real true Israelites. Whoa. And y'all are the real Jews. Hello. And look at all the statues that you would find in Egypt. Same images. So what I'm basically saying is, y'all listen to me when I say this. The same people that's a part of the 12 tribes of Israel. Check this out. This how you know, oh, that's where we come from. You want to know what you see right here? According to the Bible scripture, even though all the characters made up, but their seed is real. Hey, when they come to the Bible now, Barack Obama, when they come to that Bible, we're going to tell everybody, hey, man, you going to be the first African to be president. Whoa. So if he's going to be the first African Black American in the United States, and these the people that you could trace their family back, that who wrote the Bible. That's the crazy part about it. This was mind-blowing. The mind-blowing part about it that if you don't look it up, you will be in the dark. That's why in the Bible it say light versus dark. It ain't about no physical sunlight in the moon. It's about if you woke, you see the light. So guess what? When they come back to the 12 tribes of Israel, guess what they basically told you? Oh, he was born in Kenya. Oh, you were born in Kenya? Oh, in Kenya. I know what Kenya is. So you got the seed. Nobody never figured this out like, yeah, you know, I'm George Bush, goddamn, I'm a white man. Yeah, I'm a Barack Obama, I'm a black African, you know, I'm from the Kenyas, you know what I'm talking about? But they were related. Whoa. Whoa. Hold up.
This text has more to do with astrology than anything else. Coming back to the cross of the Zodiac, the figurative life of the sun, this was not just an artistic expression or tool to track the sun's movement. It was also a pagan spiritual symbol, the shorthand of which looked like this. This is not a symbol of Christianity. It is a pagan adaptation of the cross of the Zodiac. This is why Jesus in early occult art is always shown with his head on the cross, for Jesus is the Son of God, the light of the...
So with that being said, y'all don't think y'all need to worship the sun? What a farmer, check this out, if a farmer would tell you this: hey, I can't wait till the sun rise and shine on my crops to make my crops grow. Guess who the Indians was worshiping? The sun and the moon and the stars. So if you got everybody worshiping the moon and the stars and the sun, and we was all sun worshipers, guess who flipped the script and gave you image of Jesus is the son of a light? God damn it. God damn it. Man, I appreciate the likes. Do that make sense? So this showing you proof that when it come back to Odism, his family back down to that royal bloodline and was like, yeah, just look at it like this here. They great sound like trap music now. Great granddaddy all the way down to another great granddaddy all the way down to another great granddaddy, and rewrote history and said, don't worship the sun. Don't even worship the moon, all the stars, and them the biggest miracle in the world. So you mean to tell me Jesus performed miracles and said they rise from the dead? The biggest miracles that I done seen, that the sun make a goddamn plant grow. You see what I'm saying? The sunset represent Valentine's Day. Oh man, when the sunset, don't you want to look at the sunset with your girl thing? And look how smooth it is on the beach. Whoa! When you go on vacation, what you enjoy the most? Mother Nature. Man, look at the ocean. Look at the water. But they gave you Aquarius. They gave you Zodiac saying, yeah, bitch, when you wet, goddammit, think about a waterfall. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Everybody share this right now if I'm making sense. Can y'all share this shit right now? Can y'all share this shit right now? So keep this in mind what the person said in the chat. Man, this sound like this finna go back to the government. If it sound like that it go to the government, look at the government and look at the presidents. The government still millimans. They the small fries. Even the president is the small fries. If check this out. If you look at this image different when it comes to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Who on the flight log? Bill Clinton. Guess who Bill Clinton linked up with? Donald Trump and George Washington and Obama, all them friends. So when you think about the Bohemian Grove, fuck the Jeffrey Epstein case. Think about the Bohemian Grove when Alex InfoWars and told everybody Bohemian Grove in the Jeffrey Epstein case damn near 15 years ago. That was 15 years ago when I heard about an Epstein Island, bro. All right, let's get to the tea, goddammit. Check this out.
The risen Savior, who will come again, as it does every morning. The glory of God, who defends against the works of darkness, as he is born again every morning, and can be seen.
So when I say, think about this here. If God is the true light, check this out. This is how you can flip religion.
Coming in the cloud.
If God is the true light, you could create fire. If it wasn't for the light, man, how we gonna cook our favorite recipes? Woo, you need fire to do that, don't it? Oh, shit. Hey, man, look, man, I got a goddamn, some goddamn chicken over here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Boy, wait till I fry to eat. Man, look how, what fire would do. It helps you. The fire, you can cook your food with it. When they say God is everywhere, if God is actually fire, that's why he everywhere. He could pop up out of nowhere. Only time when you see fire, just say like a complex and it might get burnt down or something. That's just an accidental fire. You know what I'm saying? That's an accidental fire. But when you look at the true fire, look how a volcano full of lava, fire, and once it erupt, guess what? When it erupt, guess what it finna do? Make another island. You can't tell me, goddamn it, God is a part of fire. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So think about when the white man let the black man slide with this one. Hey, you know we taught you about fire. So the black man taught the white man how to cook his meat. Cook his meat. Cook it well done. Not raw. I'm just saying. Hi, y'all. Appreciate the love, y'all. I appreciate the love. I appreciate that. So look, I'm finna play this video and I ain't gonna say nothing else. I just want y'all to remember that person in the chat said this sound like the government and the it sound like the government and what that person said sound like the government and the goddamn let me go back to that text right quick. Hold on. Shout out this person. Hold up. I think I passed the text. No biggies though. Y'all know what I said the first time when I shot that person out. You know what I'm saying? Cause this go back to my point. The government and the music, well, not the music industry, but the industry. The industry, whoa. So, when I play this video, when I link it back to music industry, thumb me up.
Clouds, up in heaven, with his crown of thorns, or sun rays. Now, of the many astronomical metaphors in the Bible, one of the most important has to do with the ages. Throughout the scriptures, there are numerous references to the age. In order to understand this, we need to be familiar with a phenomenon known as the precession of the equinoxes. The ancient Egyptians, along with cultures long before them, recognized that approximately every 2150 years, the sunrise on the morning of the spring equinox would occur in a different sign of the zodiac. This has to do with a slow, angular wobble that the Earth maintains as it rotates on its axis. It is called a precession because the constellations go backwards rather than through the normal yearly cycle. The amount of time it takes for the precession to go through all 12 signs is roughly 25,765 years. This is also called the Great Year, and ancient societies were very aware of this, and they referred to each 2150-year period as an age. From 4300 BC to 2150 BC, it was the age of Horus, the bull. From 2150 BC to 1 AD, it was the age of Aries, the ram. And from 1 AD to 2150 AD, it is the age of Pisces, the age we are still in to this day. And in and around 2150,
so now check this out. Ain't this proof that show y'all that when they come back to the realm, and look what year this is gonna be. This the 1st century. So look, this will be the year 1st century, and look what they got. People representing the ram, the horns. This is all pagan god. This is where you get the Zodiac sign from. You see what I'm saying, y'all? Look, keep this in mind. If Jesus was born in this same year, if you take the 0 off the after death, look how much time they had to fabricate and touch up the story 215 years later. But keep this in mind, the 1st century, a Bible was already written, and Jesus supposed to be born when the Bible was in circulation. So if they said, yeah, this gonna be just imagine I'm born, and they say, yeah, you know you the son of Christ. Here go, this is what it says in the scripture. And then you looking in the scripture like, damn, they said I'm finna die. You see what I'm saying? It don't make sense when you mess a timestamp up, bro. Look. 0 wasn't even invented yet. 0, take it out the equation.
it's the age we are still in to this day. And in and around 2150, we will enter the new age, the age of Aquarius. Now, the Bible reflects, broadly speaking, a symbolic movement through 3 ages while foreshadowing a 4th. In the Old Testament, when Moses comes down Mount Sinai with the 10 Commandments, he is very upset to see his people worshiping a golden bull calf. In fact, he shattered the stone tablets and instructed his people to kill each other in order to purify themselves. Most biblical scholars will attribute this anger to the fact that the Israelites were worshiping a false idol or something to that effect. The reality is, the golden bull is Taurus the bull, and Moses represents the new age of Aries the ram. This is why Jews even today still blow the ram's horn.
Oh, shit. Y'all see that horn? So when I was showing y'all this shit, bruh. Nah, I'm just play the video. If you watch my live video, when I said, look who blowing the horn. Y'all seen who was blowing the horn when it comes to Odism? Wait a minute. Hold on. Check this out. This is my whole... I gotta go to my history. Let's go back to Odinism. Right here.
And some people are just angry. And sometimes, are they rightfully angry? Well, that depends. Depends on the subject. You know, a lot of people right now are expressing their views about anger that they probably didn't have any issues with maybe a decade ago. And that the manifestation of faith and the preservation of what it means to be a nation, whether it's a manifest somewhere, or whether and it be going away, conservatism, or towards maintaining things that they feel might be slowly.
Whoa! So you can't say Tregang ain't lying when they come back to Odinism. What? So you should feel so bad now. When Tregang was like, man, look, you know this Jesus shit made up, right? Tregang, don't do me like that, man. I love you, Tregang, and I'm a follower of you. But man, it sound like you're reaching. But do it sound like I'm reaching now? When it come back to Odinism? Do it sound like it's clout chasing that? Look who would be blowing the horn. Look.
Moses. This is why Jews even today still blow the ram's horn.
Watch this.
Going away. So a lot of times the manifestation of faith and the preservation of what it means to be a nation, whether it's a border, whether it's a culture, whether it's a language, whether it's an ethnicity, always tends to manifest. So when you have people in our faith, you have them generally somewhere in that understanding. Some of them can be in a place where they're angry and they're filled with these things. We try to bring them back. We try to tell them, like, you have to build on the positive. You have to build your family. You have to control what you can do in order to be a better representative of your people. And that sometimes is not what people want. People sometimes just want to be angry. And it's unfortunate sometimes. And we butt heads with them often because we want happiness. We want families. We want children. We want churches. We want folk. We want every.
But it's all about his race. Check this out. Guess who he in the likeness is? Guess who he look like? Hold on. Guess who he look like? And this the religion that he going by. So you mean to tell me when I told y'all this is the God that you've been praising to and he represent Odin? And they got the same religion? Yeah, is this about faith or faithism? Cause guess who wrote the Bible, goddammit? They got the same heart.
Everything to be good. And some people are just angry. And sometimes, are they rightfully angry? Well, that depends. Depends on the subject. You know, a lot of people right now are expressing their views about anger that they probably didn't have any issues with, maybe.
So guess who the people would be angry about? Hey man, you done set up there and fuck our religion up. Just imagine that, hey, you done stole from us. You done stole our history. And once you stole our history, so you mean to tell me all because you got Jesus and having faith and all of this, I can't question you about it? And you got all the powers? Come on, bruh. So when they gave you Jesus, don't question it. Don't question it. Look.
Be expressing their views about anger that they probably didn't have any issues.
Because when you get Jesus, they don't want you to retaliate. Because once you retaliate, guess who's going to be the real kings of the throne? We'll reclaim our history. We will find out that Jesus was not real. But guess who would be the real Jesus? And the real God? If they had to steal it, that means they got it from us, bruh. Fuck you talking about. That's where the Ark of Covenant come from, man. Because if you read your Bible again, don't you see how when the Ark of Covenant was in travel, look how many people that were trying to capture that motherfucker. That is like if you a lawyer or something and you need a library to study the law and all this, and you got these people running with all the books. See what I'm saying? Man, and then once they get all the books, what you can do about it is get a real word of God. And guess what the public gonna be like? Well, your words ain't credible enough. I already believe them, cause guess what? That's why they all powerful and seeking gods and all of this. Boy, this shit crazy. Matter of fact, let me play a video.
With maybe a decade ago, and now they're going to jail for those expressions. They're saying they're against some sort of policy in their country, and they're getting thrown in jail for it. Does that have a right to be addressed? Does that have a right to have an alarming sense? And I think that those people aren't far right. If they're being labeled far right, maybe some of them are, but not all of them. And so that's what I would say to folks when they look simply at us and they try to paint us in an ideological box. They're
Moses represents the new age of Aries, and upon the new age, everyone must shed the old age. Other deities mark these transitions as well, such as Mithra, a pre-Christian god who kills the bull in the same symbology. Now Jesus is the figure who ushers in the age following Aries, the age of Pisces, or the two fish. Fish symbolism is very abundant in the New Testament. Jesus feeds 5,000 people with bread and 2 fish. When he begins his ministry walking along Galilee, he befriends 2 fishermen who follow him. And I think we have all seen the Jesus fish on the back of people's cars. Little do they know what it actually means. It is a pagan astrological symbolism for the sun's kingdom during the age of Pisces.
In age of Pisces.
Also, Jesus' assumed birth date is essentially the start of this age. At Luke 22:10, when Jesus is asked by his disciples where the next Passover will be after he is gone, Jesus replies, "Behold, when ye are entered into the city, there shall a man meet you, bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him into the house where he entereth in." This scripture is by far one of the most revealing of all the astrological references. The man bearing the pitcher of water is Aquarius, the water bearer, who is always pictured as a man pouring out a pitcher of water.
So, would I sound crazy when I tell everybody, hey man, when you think about the Noah's Ark, why you think they got a flood? Noah never existed. But the story real about the flood. And guess who flooded the motherfucker, bruh? Look!
He represents the age after Pisces. And when the sun, God's son, leaves the age of Pisces, Jesus, it will go into the house of Aquarius, as Aquarius follows Pisces in the precession of the equinoxes. All Jesus is saying is that after the age of Pisces will come the age of Aquarius. Now, we have all heard about the end times and the end of the world. The cartoonish depictions in the book of Revelation aside, the main source of this idea comes from Matthew 28:20, where Jesus says, "I will be with you even to the end of the world." However, in the King James Version, world is a mistranslation, among many mistranslations. The actual word being used is eon, which means age. I will be with you even to the end of the age.
So when I was trying to tell everybody, like, look, y'all, they switched the timestamp up. So when you think about the age, think about the Ice Age, the Stone Age, and the Iron Age. Golly. Now debate me on this shit. Why you think Tregang was showing y'all, look, let's go over the Bronze Age, the Stone Age, let's get the Flintstones. Let's see what the George Jeffersons, and you know what I'm saying, and all of this old shit, bro. George Jefferson. So when I told y'all, man, look, bro, it's all about symbols, and they gonna get, look.
The actual word being used is eon, which means age. I will be with you even to the end of the age, which is true, as Jesus' solar Piscean personification will end when the sun enters the age of Aquarius. The entire concept of end times and the end of the world is a misinterpreted astrological allegory. Let's tell that to the approximately 100 million people in America who believe the end of the world is coming. Furthermore, the character of Jesus being a literary and astrological hybrid.
Check this out. if you actually believe in God, you know God ain't finna destroy the world. That's the cold part about it. That's why he created the world. For all us had the life, multiply, eat the fruits, eat the herbs, taste. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see this, right? Y'all see the pattern. You see the pattern, right? All right.
Is most explicitly a plagiarization of the Egyptian sun god Horus. For example, inscribed about 3,500 years ago on the walls at the Temple of Luxor in Egypt are images of the Annunciation, the Immaculate Conception, the birth, and the adoration of Horus. The images begin with Thoth announcing to the Virgin Isis that she will conceive Horus, then Neph, the Holy Ghost, impregnating the Virgin, and then the virgin birth and the adoration. This is exactly the story of Jesus' miracle conception. In fact, the literary similarities between the Egyptian religion and the Christian religion are staggering. And the plagiarism is continuous. The story of Noah and Noah's Ark is taken directly from tradition. The concept of the Great Flood is ubiquitous throughout the ancient world, with over 200 cited claims in different periods and times. However, one need look no further for a pre-Christian source than the Epic of Gilgamesh, written in 2600 BC. This story talks of a great flood commanded by God, an ark with saved animals upon it, and even the release and return of a dove, all held in common with the biblical story, among many other similarities. And then there is the plagiarized story of Moses. Upon Moses' birth, it is said that he was placed in a reed basket and set adrift in a river in order to avoid infanticide. He was later rescued by a daughter of royalty and raised by her as a prince. This baby in a basket story was lifted directly from the myth of Sargon of Akkad of around 2250 BC.
Can't say Tregang was lying. Look, when Tregang said, man, look, y'all, I love y'all with all my heart and soul, and I never met you people. But we came from the same background. You believe in Jesus? Yep. Tregang, you believe in Jesus? You fucking A, I do. But if I took my mind out, was like, wait a minute now, you know the shit that Kenneka Jr. showed me? This finna expose religions, bruh. If you think about child sacrifice, think about this. Look what they said this shit originally, not Moses. Look at the narrative.
Sargon was born, placed in a reed basket in order to avoid infanticide, and set adrift in a river. He was in turn rescued and raised by Aki, a royal midwife. Furthermore, Moses is known as the lawgiver, the giver of the Ten Commandments, the Mosaic Law. However, the idea of a law being passed from God to a prophet up on a mountain is also a very old motif. Moses is just another lawgiver in a long line of lawgivers in mythological history. In India, Manu was the great lawgiver. In Crete, Minos ascended Mount Dicta, where Zeus gave him the sacred laws. While in Egypt, there was Meses, who carried stone tablets, and upon them the laws of God were written. Manu, Minos.
So check this out. All the gods, what they finna name before Jesus, check this out. Odism. I gotta go to Odinism. Hold on. So You mean to tell me when Tregang was trying to tell the Kenneka Jenkins, right, the J4K crew, and I'm like, look, y'all, we been misled. Kenneka Jenkins showed me a real religion when it comes to sacrifices. So why would he be tied into the same pagan god if he ain't the father of all the idols in the world? Let's make that make sense. All right? Who is Odin? Victory, battle, prophecy, magic, poetry, wisdom. All right? Once you go back to all of this, and you watch this shit with me. You watch this shit with me, right? And I show y'all images. I showed you images. I showed you all of this. It's like, why did he lose his eye? And Tregang was like, look, y'all, this is where Freemasonry was born. This when Freemasonry was born when he lost his eye. Because he wanted to gain wisdom. For putting like the truth, if you think about Freemasonry, won't it make sense? Be like, that's why it'd be all seeing eye on the pyramid if he sacrificed his eye for wisdom. Think about King David. Ask God for all wisdom, you know what I'm talking about? And the preachers teach you this shit in church. So look at it like this here. If the preacher said, I was called up on God, guess who that was called up on? If you is a preacher and you a Mason and you in this secret organization, I see why you was a called up on God. Cause you speaking from a rock. Fuck you talking about. You speaking from a rock, and that's what you call breath. Breathe in the statue, and the statue will speak. It's just illusion. These words came from the statue, but I'ma preach it to you and break it down. Do that make sense now? Yeah. And I got Masons. And I got Masons in my email. It was amazing just in my email that went live. And guess what that Mason told me? I ain't even gonna lie. Man, the Mason told me, was like, Tregang, I've been watching you for a while. And brother, first of all, he called me brother. The man said, brother, your mind, your brain is bigger than a mustard seed. I said, when he said a mustard seed, and I'm like, damn, that's what they said, have faith. Because faith is little as a mustard seed. So I knew exactly what he was talking about, bro. I knew exactly what he was talking about. Check this out. Make a long story short, I'm finna get back to the music industry because I'm finna expose the government. You know what I'm talking about? And shout out to that person in the chat. I know I'm taking a little long right quick, but you know, you got to realize I'm in the Kenneka Jenkins moment right now. Cause Kenneka Jenkins taught me this, bro. She directed me, and if her murder look like a sacrifice, black people just don't sacrifice like that. Like Zach TV said, black people, we don't kill like that. We know we gun them down, shoot them up, you know what I'm talking about. But the way Kenneka died, that ain't normal to black people. You see what I'm talking about? That ain't normal to black people. So the way that she died, and you got Miss Teresa, mother, out her own mouth and said, she admitted, my daughter was murdered, but not like the way y'all think she was murdered. I'm scared, cause I don't wanna lose my life. Check this out. If that happened to my daughter, I'ma lose my life finding the truth. You will never spook me. Fuck you talking about. They let you know whose side she on. That's why that Eastern Star finna pop out of her ass right now when she got to using those Bible quotes. Whoa! Remember when she started using those Bible quotes to calm us down and shit? Like, yeah, you know, I was reading the book of James and you know, in the book of Acts and watch as well as it pray. Yep, I remember all those quotes. Yep, and guess where those quotes originally come from? This.
Mises, Moses. And as far as the Ten Commandments, they are taken outright from spell 125 in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. What the Book of the Dead phrased, I have not stolen, became thou shalt not steal. I have not killed, became thou shalt not kill. I have not told lies, became thou shalt not bear false witness, and so forth. In fact, the Egyptian religion is likely the primary foundational basis for the Judeo-Christian theology. Baptism, afterlife, final judgment, virgin birth, death and resurrection, crucifixion, the Ark of the Covenant, circumcision, saviors, Holy Communion, Great Flood, Easter, Christmas, Passover, and many, many more are all attributes of Egyptian ideas long predating Christianity and Judaism. Justin Martyr, one of the first Christian historians and defenders, wrote, "When we say that he, Jesus Christ, our teacher, was produced without sexual union, was crucified and died and rose again and ascended into heaven, we propound nothing different from what you believe regarding those who you esteem sons of Jupiter." In a different writing, Justin Martyr said, "He was born of a virgin, except this in common with what you believe of Perseus." It's obvious that Justin and other early Christians knew how similar Christianity was to the pagan religions. However, Justin had a solution. As far as he was concerned, the devil did it. The devil had the foresight to come before Christ and create his characteristics in the pagan world.
So, can y'all go back to Miss Teresa's old post and say, yeah, you goddamn devils? I said the devil wasn't even invited to the funeral. Whoa! Let that sink in. Why Miss Teresa said the devil wasn't invited to the funeral? If you go back to the Kenneka Jenkins 36-hour footage, guess what race you finna see? Whoa. Some of the 12 tribes of Israel. There was priests and cool with sacrifices. Hold up. Yeah. So guess what? Just say we humans, and just say like, yeah, we love Jesus, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, Jesus died for you, because you know what I'm saying, if you in the gang, you gotta die for your homies, right? So look at it like this here. When the devil came and was like, yeah, you know, check this out. Look at it like this here. Miss Teresa was like, look, y'all Christians, y'all ain't down, y'all squares, you know what I'm saying? You still gonna go with the textures. It's easy for us to preach the Bible to you, to y'all, and give you false document. But when you find out where it really came from the Eastern stars, and you'll be like, oh damn, these were pagan gods. And then check this out. You could be a Christian and never question Freemasonry, and probably don't know nothing about Freemasonry. Know nothing about Freemasonry. But if you learn the history, I swear to God, you're gonna learn this shit. Cause guess when the Illuminati was born? Guess when the Illuminati born? Watch this.
Fundamentalist Christianity, fascinating. These people actually believe the world is 12,000 years old. Swear to God. I actually asked one of these guys, okay, dinosaur fossils. He says, dinosaur fossils? God put those here to test our faith. I think God put you here to test my faith, dude.
the Bible is nothing more than an astrotheological literary hybrid, just like nearly all religious myths before it. In fact, the aspect of transference of one character's attributes to a new character can be found within the book itself. In the Old Testament, there is the story of Joseph. Joseph was a prototype for Jesus. Joseph was born of a miracle birth. Jesus was born of a miracle birth. Joseph was of 12 brothers. Jesus had 12 disciples. Joseph was sold for 20 pieces of silver. Jesus was sold for 30 pieces of silver. Brother Judah suggests the sale of Joseph. Disciple Judas suggests the sale of Jesus. Joseph began his work at the age of 30. Jesus began his work at the age of 30. The parallels go on and on. Furthermore, is there any non-biblical historical evidence of any person living with the name Jesus, the son of Mary, who traveled about with 12 followers, healing people and the like? There are numerous historians who lived in and around the Mediterranean, either during or soon after the assumed life of Jesus. How many of these historians document this figure? Not one. However, to be fair, that doesn't mean defenders of the historical Jesus haven't claimed the contrary. 4 historians are typically referenced to justify Jesus' existence. Pliny the Younger, Suetonius, and Tacitus are the first 3. Each one of their entries consists of only a few sentences at best, and only referred to Christus or the Christ, which in fact is not a name but a title. It means the Anointed One. The 4th source is Josephus, and this source has been proven to be a forgery for hundreds of years. Sadly, it is still cited as truth. You would think that a guy who rose from the dead and ascended into heaven for all eyes to see and performed the wealth of miracles acclaimed to him would have made it into the historical record. It didn't, because once the evidence is weighed, there are very high odds that the figure known as Jesus did not even exist.
We don't want to be unkind, but we want to be factual. We don't want to cause hurt feelings, but we want to be academically correct in what we understand and know to be true. Christianity just is not based on truth. We find that Christianity was in fact nothing more than a Roman story, developed politically.
The reality is, Jesus was the solar deity of the Gnostic Christian sect. And like all other pagan gods, he was a mythical figure. It was the political establishment that sought to historize the Jesus figure for social control. By 325 AD in Rome, Emperor Constantine convened the Council of Nicaea. It was during this meeting that the politically motivated Christian doctrines were established, and thus began a long history of Christian bloodshed and spiritual fraud. And for the next 1600 years, the Vatican maintained a political stranglehold on all of Europe, leading to such joyous periods as the Dark Ages, along with enlightening events such as the Crusades and the Inquisition. Christianity, along with all other theistic belief systems, is the fraud of the age. It serves to detach the species from the natural world, and likewise each other. It supports blind submission to authority. It reduces human responsibility to the effect that God controls everything, and in turn awful crimes can be justified in the name of a divine pursuit. And most importantly, it empowers those who know the truth, but use the myth to manipulate and control societies. The religious myth is the most powerful device ever created and serves as the psychological soil upon which other myths can flourish.
A myth is an idea that, while widely believed, is false. In a deeper sense, in the religious sense, a myth serves as an orienting and mobilizing story for a people.
Now check this out. This where everybody finna thumb me up. Now did you hear about the Freemasonry? Tregang told y'all about the Odin eye. When I tell y'all, okay, Odin is the all-seeing eye over the pyramid. They created Jesus and the 12 disciples because they stole history from us. Right? They stole history from us. When they stole the history from us, watch this.
Is there a way, Najee, is there a way to get this? There we go.
Look.
What the niggas is telling me about this Illuminati shit while I'm in jail, right? Like,
told you.
That's another way to keep your self-esteem low. That's another way to keep you unconfident.
Right.
And I'm putting the K because I'm killing that Illuminati shit. Trust me, if these motherfuckers wanted to kill you, why the fuck they gonna tell Farrakhan? Why they gonna tell the Nation of Islam? Why they gonna tell this nigga in jail about the plan? How did he know?
Right.
How did it leak?
So how did they know if they ain't the 12 tribes of Israel? And Pac died over this shit because he was trying to figure it out like, damn, how they gonna tell the Pope? So you mean to tell me when you trace back the tribe of Israel and Aaron, Abraham, these people had priests and popes. That was the 12 tribes of Israel. Man, I can't believe this shit, bro. The whole time I was a witness of Tupac murder. I was a witness, bro. Everybody was a witness that they were watching TV. Dun-dun-dun. Breaking news, Tupac got shot 5 times. Who he get shot by? He got shot by P. Diddy. And everybody know that P. Diddy is a part of the Illuminati. And since P. Diddy is a part of the Illuminati, where you think they got the religions from? When it comes to the pagan gods, sacrificing kids. Yeah. I don't want to waste nobody's time if they don't feel like, well, Tregang, I'm out of here, you know what I'm saying? Man, Tregang, you speaking some fire right now. And this why Tupac died. Check this out. If you look at it like this here now, if P. Diddy was connected to the 12 tribes of Israel, keep this in mind, one of these motherfuckers is gonna be, hold on. One of these motherfuckers gonna relate back to Obama. Hold on. Not this one, not that one. Not this one, not that one. So, if Tregang told y'all, hey y'all, when it comes to Aaron, when it comes to Freemasonry, and when it comes back to Odin the God, they created Jesus. All because when it comes to the Ark of Covenant, the Ark of Covenant is with wisdom. Look at it like what the Ark of Covenant would be. It's a blueprint how to build houses, cars, engines, planes, tanks, weapons. All of this. This is what the Ark of Covenant is about. Huh? This shit made me want to cry so bad. Cause the whole fucking time, bruh, when Tupac came out with this shit, I was living in this area. Don't y'all know how like viral news and you know what I'm saying, when it comes to viral news, this shit was viral in my area. So I'm like, damn, man, they hit Tupac 5 fucking times. And this was the cold part about it. When he took it 5 shots, that man made a rap song. Nigga, I took 5 shots, and I'm still taking it with smiles. When he said about the Illuminati, check this out. So you mean to tell me you can't comprehend who the real the 12 tribes of Israel is? Honestly, bruh. If you a Tupac fan and live in this area, just think about Tupac was the Gucci man back in that area, bruh. Tupac was Gucci man back in that area. That man was the first rap artist that said, hey, let me tell y'all about the Illuminati. When you think about P. Diddy and the lawsuit with Cassidy, this is what Tupac was talking about the whole time.
Who told him? Who told him? The Pope? Who? Because they like the Pope and the money. Oh, come on, man. You so thinking about the money, you not getting the motherfucking money. Get the money, nigga. I don't give a fuck who face on there. You know what I thought when I was in jail? What fucked me up, what turned me like this, is I was like, no politicians is even getting at us. Even though I represent 5 million fucking sales. And no politicians even checking for us. They're not even sending us nothing to try to make us. They're not even thinking of it. And in business, you know, if you want to fuck with somebody, you know, you try to, they're not even looking at us like that. That means we ain't a threat. But by the next election, I promise, by the next election, I promise, I'm going to be sitting across from all the candidates. I bet you. You know how I be making it? I promise you. I'm not even gonna be, I'm gonna be so far from where I am now in 4 years. God willing, I'm alive. It's on, I guarantee you, we will have our own political party. And it won't be just for black people. It's gonna be for Mexicans, it's gonna be for Mexicans, it's gonna be for black people, it's gonna be for Armenians. I don't give a fuck. All you lost tribe motherfuckers right now, we need to have our own political party because we all have the same motherfucker.
What Donald Trump doing right now? Exporting all the immigrants that don't supposed to be here. Listen to what Tupac said. Tupac predicted this. He said, hey, man, look. Even Cat Williams said this. Y'all remember the most famous Cat Williams joke? Yeah, Mexicans, you know, the government talking about they deporting you, you know, and all this, but check this out, when they deport you, you don't think they gonna deport us next? And you see Donald Trump got ISIS. Man, this shit crazy. This just taught me a real history lesson. Cause this finna show me that, damn, when them white folks came out with their goddamn Bible and stole our history, you praising the white Jesus. And when Tupac reached the murder game, the rap game, all he seen was P. Diddy was doing. Damn, P. Diddy. Damn, I ain't know he was in power like that. Oh, damn, I found out P. Diddy's Illuminati. What is Illuminati? Tupac figured out what the Illuminati was. You mean to tell me they killed this man? All because he was telling you about the 12 tribes of Israel that we thought that was black. Look.
The fucking tribes. We built this nation and we get none of the benefits.
Tupac Shakur, breaking the oath. I guess a lot of folks are wondering, what exactly am I talking about? Tupac breaking the oath. Yeah, he did. Some folks seem to believe that Suge Knight was upset that Tupac wanted to do other things and had him executed. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And for those of you who think Tupac is alive, think not. Tupac is very much deceased, folks. But he was like Elvis when he was alive. There's people love him so much, they just refuse to let him go. Here's a clip on how Tupac got signed with Interscope.
Asian had been shopping my demo tape as a solo artist. Then all of a sudden, Interscope got in touch with us, and I was told that Ted Field.
So if it's safe to say, when Tregang say this, look what the 12 tribes of Israel would look like. That's in control of imageries. That's why you got rappers. Rappers portraying the image of gangster lifestyle. And you know you ain't about that life. You know what I'm talking about? Then y'all see what I'm saying? So when you think about the Cassidy case and the shit that P. Diddy got caught up in, start back to when he first signed the record deal. And this is a sign that Tupac was like, damn, let me tell the world about the Illuminati. The Illuminati. And he learned this shit from P. Diddy. That's the cold case. We would never heard this until Tupac said something about the Illuminati. I ain't never heard the Illuminati. The Tupac said it. And guess what he said who the Illuminati is?
He's a millionaire, multi-millionaire. His daughter had heard my demo, and she liked it. So he was like, that's how I picked you. And I was like, whoa, tell your daughter thanks.
Tupac was on the roll. Me Against the World. I mean, Dear Mama. His album did exceptionally well. He was behind the bars. You see, when Pac brought Me Against the World out, it beat out Bruce Springsteen. But Pac just couldn't stay out of trouble. If it wasn't his girlfriend suing him, it was his friend. It was the rent-a-car place. Everybody wanted a piece of Pac.
Central, I got a black male shot at 48-7.
5 times, if that wasn't insult to injury. Even though Pac was shot 5 times, and that was definitely an orchestrated hit. We'll get to that later. Pac seemed to still go to the left instead of go to the right. You see, Pac lived most of his life in the studios, but Pac was the type of guy that everybody loved to hate. So no matter where he went, he still found himself in lots of trouble.
Where I was sent was a maximum security penitentiary.
When Pac did his small bid in the penitentiary, Jimmy Iovine and all the bigwigs out of Interscope just about had enough of Pac. Pac was uncontrollable because he hated being controlled. But Pac knew the oath of the Baphomet very, very well. We'll get into that a little bit later. Well, no one came to his rescue, so Pac put a contract on a napkin and sought after Suge Knight.
Rapper, actor, and sex abuse convict Tupac Shakur walked out of a New York jail last week, bailed out to the tune of $1.4 million by Suge Knight of Death Row Records, which has signed Shakur to a record deal.
Tupac made the worst mistake of his life to team up with Suge Knight. Now don't get it twisted. Tupac already agreed to the oath of the Baphomet when he signed with Jimmy Iovine on Interscope, because that's the only way you're going to get a deal. Seen in this picture, you can see Suge throwing up the Baphomet. That's how Suge get down. That's how Suge get paid. Suge Knight encouraged Tupac to keep this East Coast West Coast thing going because it was good for the money. But when the blood started spilling on Tupac's hand, Tupac got a little bit discouraged.
And the East Coast West Coast thing is something that the journalists and people are making up just to get paid off it so it can drag out and everybody can have albums. They're perpetuating this so it can be drama. When it all go down, don't look at me and Biggie and be like, why is there a big East Coast West Coast war when you're shooting this to 300 homes, 300 countries, telling them about an East Coast West Coast war that they would never know exists. So that's where information becomes a problem.
Take a close look at Snoop Dogg, because in days to come, Snoop know that something's going to happen to Tupac.
And the East Coast West Coast thing is something that the journalists and people are making up just to get paid off it so it can drag out and everybody can have albums. They're perpetuating this so it can be drama. When it all go down, don't look at me and Biggie and be like, why is there a big East Coast West Coast war when you're shooting this to 300 homes, 300 countries, telling them about an East Coast West Coast war that they would never know exists. So that's where information becomes a problem.
Snoop knows Tupac's life is in danger days before his death. I want you guys to take a close look at this picture. Dr. Dre is a Mason, Baphomet, Snoop, Suge, but the picture was deliberately taken like a pyramid. Take a close look. This is a pyramid, and this is the back of a dollar. Now let's bring the picture back. You see, these guys are satanic, man. They know exactly what they were doing. That's how they get paid. Now, Suge had love for all those guys, but he had the most love for Tupac. So he didn't care if Dr. Dre left or Snoop Dogg. His main concern was Tupac. Yes, folks, I'm afraid to tell you, Tupac was a part of the Baphomet, as seen here with the hand gesture. And I know a lot of you are going to argue me down, but let's go back to another guy, Nelly. Nelly is seen giving up his hand gesture for the new Illuminati Baphomet. He is holding his sign downward. Tupac is holding his upward. Don't get it twisted. They both are the same. Nelly is holding his downward. Tupac is upward. Moving on. Suge had a look on his face that he knew something was getting ready to go down. There was no doubt that Suge Knight orchestrated the hit on Pac. Now I want to go back to the first hit that took place in New York with Biggie and Puff Daddy.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, said my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? And like the rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set him up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
Puff Biggie knew exactly who shot Pac. I want you to take a close look at Puff Daddy's reaction. He's guilty as hell.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, said my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? And like the rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set him up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
I know what good morals are, but you're supposed to disregard good morals when you're living in a crazy, bad world. If you're in hell, how can you live like an angel? You're sitting here surrounded by devils and you're trying to be an angel? That's like suicide.
You notice in the statement Pac said, how can he be an angel surrounded by devils? Pac knew everyone that he was encountering with was a part of the Baphomet. Pac was also obsessed with death. That's why he had a bracelet made with the angel of death wrapped around his neck. And everyone knows what the angel of death represents. Tupac dissed Dr. Dre, calling him out, saying that Dre can't make up his mind on men or women. When Dre should be producing, he's upstairs sucking dick, eating pussy. This interview was made in 1996. Also that same year, dissing Quincy Jones, saying that he was invited to Q's house. Tupac seen Q's daughter and wanted to holler at her. However, Q asked Tupac if he could have a moment with him and asked Tupac if he would fuck him in the ass. Tupac replied, "I don't get down like that." When Tupac put this on tape, he broke the oath. His life would be in danger until his death.
I would love you even if you had no ears to listen, had no vision. Because if love is blind, why do I keep having to change my prescription? Love you even if you didn't have no legs, cause you couldn't walk all over my heart. Where do I start from the beginning? I love you despite your bad breath. I'll just blow kisses and walk with my hand over my mouth before I have to leave you. Believe me, I love your dirty draws. I get nervous when I see you. You see me, my heart beats a little differently. My stomach not butterflies, just flies.
Normally, when Tupac talks, he talks with a lot of character. But in this clip, he's trying to convince everyone he didn't sell his soul.
The reason I am who I am today is because I can look directly into my face and find my soul. It's there. It's not sold. I didn't sell. I didn't sold. I didn't sell. It's there. It's not sold. I didn't sell. I am who I am today is because I can look directly into my face and find my soul. It's there. It's not sold. I didn't sell it.
In 1996, things started to get really ugly for Pac. Pac had got to the point where everything he'd become, he still wasn't happy. You would think doing movies, being in sitcoms, being cameo appearances, it would brought him joy. But the thing that was troubling Pac is how he got it. See, Pac knew the truth, and the public didn't know the truth. He knew he sold out to Baphomet to get a recording deal. That's the only way you get in Hollywood. You have to sell out to the Baphomet. That's just one part. If you want to be in movies and star in movies and change your whole career, you have to go to the director's couch. By this time, Pac was feeling suicidal.
I felt like just a prisoner to my own fame. That's why I wanted to die at that point. I felt like if everybody was so goddamn worried about me, why ain't nobody came to help me?
Tupac, go ahead and rock
now
this.
I clown around when I hang around with the underground. Girls used to frown, say I'm down when I come around. Gas me, and when they pass me, they used to diss me, harass me. But now they ask me if they can kiss me. Get your fame, people change, wanna live their life high. Same song can't go wrong if I play the nice guy.
Claiming fame must have changed now that we became strong.
I remain still the same, cause it's the same song.
I look back with the greatest fondness. Those were like some of the best times of my life.
It was the best time of his life because when Pac was with Digital Underground, he was just a dancer. He didn't have no strings. He didn't have to take no oath. But Pac wanted more, and he didn't know what was behind the green door. So when they approached him, Jimmy Iovine, Tom Wally, and also Ted Phil, these guys are multi-millionaires. Pac had to take the Baphomet.
So when I told y'all about look what the Bible said, and ain't this the same images that's related? Look, when I told everybody, I said, look, y'all know the image is related to the Odism. Check this out. Nobody didn't want to believe me when I say this. This shit finna go back to Odism, bro. Hold on. Right here. Here we go, y'all. Hold on. Odism. So when I told y'all, look, this go back to Odism. That's why Tupac said about the Illuminati. If you read your Bible and if you read about all the Illuminati reports and sacred texts, you will see why Tupac said about the Illuminati. The Illuminati was formed in the 1700s. That means the 17th century. When they were born in the 17th century, that's why they had to make actors, movie stars, depicting they gods. That's why you fascinated with Spider-Man, Aquaman. You know what I'm talking about? Real talk, bro. Tupac said this. What it look like when Tupac was telling them? This is why I look at Tupac. Tupac first introduced us to the Illuminati. Black people never heard about the Illuminati, bro, till when he said it. And guess where he learned it from? P. Diddy. And if he learned it from P. Diddy, think about his court statements right now. You see what I'm saying? Look. Damn, what is done there? Hold on. Hold up. Matter of fact, let me do it like this real.
He didn't have to take no oath. But Pac wanted more. And he didn't know what was behind the green door. So when they approached him, Jimmy Iovine, Tom Wally, and also Ted Phil, these guys are multi-millionaires. Pac had to take the Baphomet. He didn't know what this was, but he was down with it. They always let you taste the fruit before it goes sour. So everything started happening for Pac. The movies, his record being good, no matter if he was behind bars. Because remember, the elite make you a star. You don't even have to promote. They'll see that your recording sells because they own the industry. Pac would not.
When I told y'all, shout out to that person in the chat when they said it sounded like the government and the industry involved. Then I showed you this what Tupac was telling us all along.
Not find this out until he just about had enough of everybody coming to him for some sex, for some money, for some drugs. By this time, Pac has had enough, and he let it be known in 1996.
He is a dope producer, but he ain't working years. And I got tired of that. I didn't think we needed that. I think we didn't need that. And he was owning the company too, and he's chilling. He owning the company, he's chilling his house, sucking dick, eating pussy. I'm out here in the street, you know what I mean? Whooping niggas' ass, starting wars, shit, putting it down, dropping albums, doing my shit. And this nigga taking 3 years to do one song. I couldn't have it. But it was not my decision. It was Phil's decision. Phil's the one that was coming to me because I was soft on it. Like, you know, well, fuck it, we just keep it in the dark.
See, Suge knew that Pac was kind of green. He told Pac the things he wanted to hear. He acted like a big brother. He told.
So, if you know about Tupac, you know his family was heavily religionist people. So if Tupac family was held in higher power when it comes to this Black Panther shit, now you see why the industry had to kill him. What it sound like if Tupac telling y'all this Illuminati, Tregang telling y'all, look y'all, this Illuminati, and the Freemason got something to do with the Kenneka case. And check this out, the same word that Tupac said was like, yeah, man, why would they tell the Pope? Why would they tell Louis Farrakhan? How do these people know this shit in higher power? Because if you go back to the 12 tribes of Israel, look at the people that was in power. There was the Pope, there was the priest, judge, lawyer, and everything. That's how they gonna know this gonna be a hit, because you talking too much. And these your sellouts right here that know the truth. Hey, yeah, you know, Jesus never existed, and you know, and the God Odin, like, yeah, we finna form this Freemasonry because it's all about wealth. You see what I'm saying? No. People don't want to look at it like that. If you don't look at it like that, don't think about the Andrew Stone case. Don't think about Michael Jackson when you like, I think he was murdered and Sony had something to do with it. No, cancel that out. Cancel that out. Because if you don't believe what Tupac said, you can't believe, goddammit, what Michael Jackson went through. What you talking about? These the same people in the Bible, then they kept Tupac alive and he was actually dead. Yeah, get those thumbs up when I said that. Then Suge Knight said, yeah, you know, he in Cuba smoking Cuban cigars and all that. Tupac still alive. Why would he say that? Look.
Yo, Pac, if you ever get tired, you can go do anything else you want to do. I'll support you. He also let Pac know that don't ever go against the oath. That was a big pet peeve because Suge is a Mason. And also, Suge is a part of the Baphomet. That's how he get paid. So Suge do a candid interview to make it like he's all for the artists, and he's really not. He's for the elite.
I mean, I don't consider my people artists. I consider them family. It's just a big difference. If they decided to turn in rapping or singing, they still be my homeboys. We still travel together. If they need something, because mine will still be theirs. It's still the same thing. It's not no situation where I'm dealing with them strictly for business because they good. Because they don't go like that. You got to have a more, respect for your people. Plus, we got a Death Row East going on. Crusher, you heard about that.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Well, hello. Damu! Sit!
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to own.
So this is what it look like when you got a pagan god be like, look, I can show you all the kingdoms in California, all the mansions. You can have all the girls you want, all the gold you want. Long as you give us entertainment. You see that? Now look what this look like now. From the shit that I found out, this is sellout. This is sellout, bruh. This sellout. This how black people sell out. All because you want to date some other girls outside your race that you would never have if you didn't have the gold and the riches. They won't be looking at you like, oh my God, you handsome, you ugly as a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Look what you look like. Ain't no motherfucker finna goddamn it, you know what I'm saying, and give you the cookie unless you got the gold and the green. And the magic herbs. Everybody know what the magic herbs is. Yup.
There was a time when Suge was on top of the world. Nevertheless, death row and all the Suge access was frozen and liquidated. You would think he would be broke. But see how he's throwing up the Baphomet? Nah, they take care of their own, especially after organizing the success hit on Pac. So he might be without death row, but he's not broke. Suge enjoyed the idea of the rivalry in East Coast, West Coast. That's why he was so candid to talk about it on film. You know, I'm going to show this little invitation, this congrats that Quincy Jones sent Tupac. Tupac was not hearing this, but at the same time, Pac...
So check this out. Think about the Donald Trump to Epstein when they sent the letter to each other speaking in code. Look how Quincy Jones was speaking in code to Tupac.
Let it be known how he felt about the Illuminati, which was a mistake. He went against the oath again. He also talked about getting his own power structure. A mistake.
The next shit is called Illuminati, because that's really what the Illuminati's on. That's why I put the K to it. Right. The niggas is telling me about this Illuminati shit while I'm in jail, right? Like, dollars. Right. That's another way to keep your self-esteem low. That's another way to keep you unconfident. Right. And I'm putting the K because I'm killing that Illuminati shit. Trust me, if these motherfuckers wanted to kill you, why the fuck they gonna tell Farrakhan? Why they gonna tell the Nation of Islam? Why they gonna tell this nigga in jail about the plan? How did he know? Right. How did it leak to him? Who told him? Who told him? The Pope? By the next election, I promise, I'm gonna be sitting across from all the candidates. I bet you. You know how I be making it? I promise you. I'm not even gonna be, I'm gonna be so far from where I am now in 4 years. God willing, I'm alive. It's on. I guarantee you, we will have our own political party.
Staring at the world through my rear view. Scream to God, he can't hear you. Heart beating fast, time to die. Watch the time fly. Staring at the world through my rear view.
And the man died on Las Vegas Strip, where the goddamn Satan is there. Ain't that fucked up? Ain't that fucked up with a mob and all of this? That's a perfect setup. Get him in Las Vegas to the Mike Tyson fight, and we gonna gun that motherfucker down.
Fight, Shakur, along with record company executive Marion Suge Knight, headed for a nightclub. But while stopping at this intersection, a car with...
This what happened when you talk about the Illuminati. So when I be trying to be like, look, y'all, this is some things that I learned. If anything happened to me, you know what I'm saying? Take what I told y'all. Don't let me die for nothing. Look how Tupac died. And everybody's still in the mystery. Oh man, we think the higher ups killed Tupac. But guess who the higher up that he was associated with and exposed the Illuminati? So this what happened to Tupac when he exposed P. Diddy and Suge Knight about the Illuminati, the rituals, how the music gang go, and they killed that man. But guess what? We so asleep. That's why you got Moses with the wand and with the rod. If you get bit by that rod, you will fall asleep. Bam, let me fall asleep, you know what I'm talking about? Maybe in Wonderland. But once you wake up and sober up, this is what the Illuminati look like when you trying to tell and snitch on them.
4 people pulled up and opened fire on Shakur and Knight.
Tupac Shakur was shot several times in the chest.
Calls was made to Paramount to put all of Tupac's works on hold, especially the 2 movies were scheduled for release early '96, Gridlock, Gang Related. See, Pac did a lot of work, but they put it on hold once they heard the tapes. So none of the work was scheduled to be released until Pac officially died. There still was a problem, because Biggie was making mockery out of it. Calls was made to P. Diddy to kill Biggie, but not by him.
So check this out. What it look like now that we all figured out, like, damn, P. Diddy got something to do with this shit. He was a part of Tupac's death, and he finna kill his own artist and sacrifice. That's the crazy part about it, because nobody that never knew nothing about the Illuminati till Tupac mentioned it. And once Tupac mentioned it, we were still in the dog about the Illuminati because we were still learning about it. You see what I'm saying? We were still learning about it. Look at P. Diddy right now. When his eyes get big, Tupac exposed his ass.
Himself. They wanted him to orchestrate it the way Suge orchestrated for Tupac, and they would do the rest. Tupac was not killed over disputes about wanting out of Death Row Records. Tupac was killed because he broke the Illuminati oath. Shalom.
All because he was trying to chill her.
Glad to be here. Thanks for.
No, basically, look how Tupac died telling us the truth. And you still got millions of people thinking this shit still a hoax, a side up, and he's still alive, like Jesus.
Najee, thanks for having me, and Jared, thanks for giving me my first interview on WPFW a while back. Guys, I spent about 15 years working on this project. Started this project in December of 1994. When I was writing a political novel using a character based on the Shakurs, based on Black Panther, and the Shakurs were the leading Black Panthers, and I saw that Tupac was shot in a recording studio lobby, and the Washington Post had another strange twist. The same cops that arrived at that scene were the first to arrive at his sexual assault scene a year earlier. And so I called up his lawyer, Michael Treef Warren, an excellent human rights lawyer in New York, and that was Tupac's trial lawyer, and I said, do you think the FBI is targeting him, or the cops and FBI are targeting him like they targeted his Black Panther parents?
So when he got to talk about the Illuminati, guess what happened to him? He gets shot in the Squad studio. Since he still was alive, guess what they did? Plan a rape on him. Now they got Tupac in the news talking about, yeah, he is a rapist. Tupac did time. If you go back to 95, go especially to 95. When Tupac first got shot, 95. When he died, a year later, from the same gunshot wound. Right? And guess who was all involved in the first shoot and the second shoot? Bruh, I never join the gang if my homeboys don't represent me in the right way. That's crazy. And we was fan of Tupac. Don't you? This is a prime example that look how we didn't know nothing about the Illuminati, and Tupac was the first one that mentioned Illuminati to the black people. And he said, look, he made songs about it. Yeah, P. Diddy, you, Nas, and the rest of you bad boys, y'all sucking dicks. So I'm looking at it like, oh yeah, that's a good dick. Like, yeah, dick sucking ass nigga, you know what I'm talking about? That's how you disrespect a nigga, you know? Yeah, you a dick sucking ass nigga, but I ain't know this shit was really real. I ain't know these niggas were freaks. These niggas really sucking dick out here, bro. They really sucking dick. Look. Tupac told us about Quincy Jones trying to fuck him because he was fucking with the daughter. Tupac is the hottest rapper because he made songs about Brenda. Oh man, if you a Tupac fan, boy, you know that Brenda song put you in peace mode and make you feel sorry for Brenda, bro. That's how we supposed to feel. Brenda got a baby. Brenda got a baby. That liver hit different now. Brenda got a baby. Guess what a daddy father is? You know, man, come on, bro. I so appreciate those likes. Cause you know what? When I told everybody, when I was like, man, look, y'all, Jesus ain't real. And when I was saying this shit, I knew I'm gonna lose followers on this one. I knew it. This is to let you know, man, Tregang don't give a fuck about no follower. If it's the truth and the shoe fit and wear that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So look. Think about it like this here. When Tupac, I'm finna make y'all look at this totally different. When Tupac mentioned the Illuminati, guess when Aaliyah died, Lil Five, and all those other celebrities died from mysterious and complaining about the Illuminati because they ain't paying them money and cheat them out their record contract deals and all of this old shit. Yeah. Do they hit different now? Do they hit different? If they hit different now, thumb me up and I'm playing the video.
They said yes, and no one's writing about it. So I ended up publishing a local article on it, and an article on a local magazine, and then finally in 1999 a national magazine finally published this article, and when I did that, people close to him asked me to turn it into a book. So I spent off and on that much time researching all the information you're going to see here. That included hundreds of interviews with people close to him, like his business manager, Watani Tayahimba, you'll see in a few minutes. Again, his trial lawyer, Michael Warren, people of that nature. I did a Freedom of Information Act request, and they told me, incidentally, they weren't supposed to, but they told me there was over 4,000 pages in Tupac's FBI file, and paid for those pages, but they only sent me 99 of them, they said, for national security reasons. Okay, just for the sake of legitimacy, Fred Hampton Jr. contributed an afterword to the book. Pam Africa, head of the Free Mumia campaign, contributed a foreword to the book, which Mumia contributed a few words to, and then also an essay at the end of her foreword. This is just a copy of part of the letter I got from the Department of Justice about the money paid for the 4,000 pages to be copied. This is Watani Tayahimba, Tupac's longtime business manager, who...
Hey, gang. Drop a 1 in my chat if I'm still live, because this saying on my other device, I ain't going live no more and this screen is unavailable. If you hear my voice, drop a 1 in the chat. Drop a 1 in the chat. Drop a 1. Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? Okay, good. That's all I want to know, cause I was about to end this live. I'm like, damn, I don't even think I'm live no more, cause I'm looking at the other device. They saying I ain't even live no more. All right, here we go. Check this out.
Who was a former Los Angeles-based Black Panther, and then was a co-founding leader of the New African Peoples Organization, and he was a longtime family friend and mentor of Afeni and Tupac Shakur. This is Fred Hampton Jr., and again, I'm sorry, it looks like I'm having problems with these things. I'm having problems with technology, and these are going out of order, but I'm going to just talk about them anyway, each slide. This is Fred Hampton Jr.'s group, the Prisoners of Conscience Committee. They attacked Tupac partly because he was the son of a black leader. Afeni Shakur was a one-time head of the Harlem Black Panthers. Fred Hampton, you may know, was head of the Chicago Black Panthers. His son became a national socialist leader of the Uhuru group, and of course they attacked him. He ended up in jail for years on a frame-up. When he got out of jail, he started a new group, the Prisoners of Conscience Committee. I'm going to have to try to fast forward a little because things are out of order. But this is a picture of H. Rap Brown. He was a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, an honorary Black Panther, and Of course, the FBI's counterintelligence program set him up against Huey Newton. They set up most of the Black Panther leaders against each other. And this is a book by Huey Newton called War Against the Panthers, which documents a lot of the tactics the FBI used against the Panthers.
So, when it all boiled down, now I understand they had to get Tupac out of there, and his family is already Black Power people. If you look at his parents and his auntie, don't you know how much power they had? That's the cold thing about it. Tupac came from a power family. So if Tupac came from a power family, think about a sacrifice like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Because if you look at Tupac family, look who benefited off the man's death, and look who on the run. You see what I'm saying? I would have never looked at it like if you, like the, I was seeing this shit. Tupac died in 96, bro. I remember where I was at when they pronounced Tupac got shot. And I'm like, what? That stunned the world. When it stunned the world, when you look at a murder case, guess who he was the last one with? Suge Knight. Suge Knight is a part of the mafia. Him and goddammit P. Diddy. They sacrificed their artists to get killed, cause if you get rappers to beef together and one of them die in the middle of that beef, guess how the whole public, man, he killed that nigga, you know? Now that's the most gangster shit. If it wasn't for P. Diddy, it would never be no rappers at the show and worrying about getting their chain snatched. Cause when you want to think about when the chain snatching first started in rap music, go back to P. Diddy when he put a bounty on the Death Row chain. That's how niggas get to snatch a nigga chain. And guess what? The young people are thinking like, oh yeah, it's cool. I can go famous. I snatch this nigga chain. Fuck you talking about. Fuck you talking about. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, I be doing research just to make up a fucking lie. Look.
This is Living with Jamal. I have a section of the book on me. Because of the fact that he was a co-founder and the leader of the Philadelphia Black Panthers, but I also believe some of the same tactics were used against Tupac as were used against Mumia. So, this is Michael Treatborn, Tupac's trial lawyer, who's a long-time Black liberation movement figure also. This is a family in their younger days when she headed the Harlem Black Panthers when Lamula, her husband, was in jail and she was out on bail. But she was one of the Panther 21, of course, the leading Black Panthers. And sorry, these got out of order. I'm just going to review anyway. I'll just say there was, after Tupac died, there were a few relatively good articles that covered some of the police tactics and police foul play. One of them was by the editor at the New Yorker named Connie Bruck. She pointed out that at the sexual assault trial, you might remember in New York, she pointed out that there was the prosecutors treated Tupac much differently than the person that set up that whole situation, which was a guy named Haitian Jack Agnat. You may have heard of Tupac's song where he talks about Haitian Jack, knew he was working for the feds, he said, meaning the FBI. Michael Warren said.
So, if you look at it in today's time, what it look like if you got another person in the music game that's an informant, and that's the biggest receipt in the world when it comes to rapper, man, we heard you snitch, Young Thug. Yeah, Lil Woody, you snitch. 69, you snitch. You remember that? Look what an informer would look like in telling Tupac all secrets. Like, man, look, Tupac could change the world. This how Tupac could change the world. If he schooled everybody on the Illuminati and tell everybody about the rap game, the devil, the Satanists, at that time, we weren't even listening. We just listened to the beat. We listened to the music. But the whole time that man said, man, I died for this. The devil said, this the way I'ma die. I'ma tell the public, my people, hey, the Illuminati is involved with all these rich ones. And guess what black people is? Talk that shit, Tupac. And once he got talking that shit, they killed him. He can't talk shit no more. And the same people that killed him, oh yeah, you know Tupac's still alive. Yeah, Tupac's still alive. Man, Tupac's still alive. Man, that man really died just because the man mentioned Illuminati. So they just like Tregang. What if Tregang say, look y'all, the Freemason and the Illuminati killed Kenneka Jenkins. And the family was involved because they Illuminati Satanists. Guess what? The public gonna be like, yeah, talk that shit, Tregang, talk that shit. And once the public wake up like, yeah, talk that shit, Tregang, they gonna hit me, boom, get rid of me. And guess what? The same people like, talk that shit, Tregang. Guess what? The next word they gonna come out their mouth when I'm dead. Man, Tregang was trying to tell us the truth. Man, Tupac was trying to warn us, y'all, but you didn't get the message the first time? That's cold to me. That's cold. That's cold. That's cold, bro. That's cold. Check this out. Have you ever followed a YouTuber speaking the truth about just like religions and exposing satanic? And all of a sudden, you don't even hear from that person no more. You don't even know if that person's still alive or dead. But since that person mentioned something, you ain't never heard from that person. And guess what? You never gave a separate thought like, damn, you know, man, that person ain't made no content. So let me go to the next channel and shit and see what they talking about. And all of a sudden, you forgot the main person that you've been following and schooling you on Satanism. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, bro. That's crazy to me. So that means if the world knew, just check this out. Check this out. This year, 2025, everybody hip to Illuminati, Freemasonry, satanic cults, and all type of religions, right? But when Tupac was born, man, black people just didn't just really hear none of that shit. Man, you can look at this man was like, man, look, man, when I made it in the rap game and all this, man, I found out that you had to sell your soul and do some butt fucking and all this worshiping all false idols. Let me tell my black people, guess what the black people did? When that man died, guess what the black people did that he won? This the crazy part about it. Everybody that he won and said, man, look, this shit for real. The same people that killed him, them the same people we listen to their narrative. What happened, Suge? Man, you know, Tupac was cool. Man, I remember the last time we was in the car before they shot that motherfucker up and Tupac said, man, you shot. Keep this in mind, Tupac shot in the head. Look, this shit dating back to P. Diddy. So when you date back to P. Diddy, Look at all those child stars before Tupac would even mention the Illuminati. So that means when Tupac got signed by who at first? Death Row. I mean, not Death Row. Guess who Tupac was trying to make it in the rap game with before he went to Death Row? P. Diddy. That's how he would learn the Illuminati. Once he learned the Illuminati, man, that man was like, man, you know, goddamn it, Quincy Jones asked for my booty. And I ain't going for this. All because I'm seeing this daughter and all this. I'm not one of those ones. So you might well look at Tupac like, man, I ain't gay. I ain't sucking no dick. And I ain't taking no dick up in the ass. Oh, okay, since I ain't taking no dick in the ass and I don't supply by y'all rule, y'all gonna kill me. Cause if you got Tupac on video, Tupac is the only one that they don't got on video selling his soul for a record deal, like all the other artists that you love. Beyonce, she sucked some dick. Beyonce threw some ass, bro. Not just only Jay-Z. You think of Jay-Z the hub and all? No, he tossing that bitch. Fuck you talking about? And Beyonce love every minute of it. Cause it's generating her million. Man, that bitch know the business. Oh yeah, she a prostitute, she a harlot, you know what I'm talking about? That's how they, if you get everybody to believe in Beyonce, you start a new religion. If it weren't for Beyonce, a woman would never say, you got to pay my bill. You want to talk to me? What's your name, baby? My name Rent. Cause this how much my bills a month. If it weren't for Beyonce, Beyonce got niggas out here. You got to be rich and got some money and fuck with them. If you a poor nigga, you can't get this cookie. No, you can't get this cookie. No. You gotta have some money. You gotta have jewelry around your neck. You gotta either be a bad boy, not a Christian, but a bad boy. Have you noticed that all the rappers and all the females, they love bad bitches and bad boys? Whoa! See what I'm saying? Look.
Said he finally got this Jacques Ignat's rap sheet and a huge list of charges, all dismissed up and down the East Coast. And he said that's a sure sign of a police intelligence agent. And so she's pointing out the unusual aspect of them treating Jacques Ignat differently than Tupac. Okay. And so for doing that, for coming out with some real information on Tupac's life for the first time in a while, I mean, there's a lot of disinformation on Tupac's life, but for coming out with a lot of real information on him, she was interviewed by the FBI, according to his...
So when Tregang was telling y'all about the Virgin Mary and symbolized Jesus, why Tupac named it Hail Mary? Can I play Tupac's song Hail Mary? I might need to do that just to prove my point. Thumb me up, y'all agree? Just to prove a point, be like, man, I'm a big fan of Tupac and that's my song. But since you mentioned that Tregang, that shit hit different and that's finna make Tupac more legendary than anything, bro. More anything. More than anything, bro. All right, check this out. Let's watch what Tupac said in the Hail Mary. I remember listening to this song. Hail Mary, would you come with me? Tupac, Hail Mary. I'm finna play this song, bro. I'm finna play this song and I'm finna get a copyright strike on this shit just to show you, man, Tregang ain't trying to clout chase or make no money or none of this shit, man. Bruh just be talking some shit, trying to prove his point. He got a hard time of trying to be in the messenger. But if you been following Tregang, you like, man, look, his message ain't even really hard. People just ain't seeing it, but they saw it the whole time. Watch this. Do Tupac's song, Hail Mary, hit different after what I told you?
On September 13th, stream the historic concert celebration live from Vatican City with Pharrell Williams and Voices of Fire.
I ain't a killer. Machiavellianist, Illuminati, all through your body. The blows like a 12-gauge shot at. Feel me? And God said he should send his one begotten son to lead the world into the way.
Now, do you want to ride or die? La 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 la. Come with me. Hail Mary, come with me. Now, do you want to ride or die? La 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 la. Ain't no killer, but don't push me. The sweetest business Georgia, we ain't getting pussy.
Picture paragraphs unloaded, wise words being quoted. People of weakness in the rap game and sold it. Bow down, pray to God, hoping that he's listening. Seeing niggas coming for me, my diamonds when they glistening. Now pay attention, best man, peace, Father. I'm a ghost, these killing fields. Hail Mary, catch me if I go. Let's go deep inside the solitary mind of a madman. Screams in the dark, evil lurks, enemies see me flee. Activate my hate, let it break till I'm flaming. Set trip, empty out my clip, never stop to aim. Some say the game is all corrupted, fucked in this shit. Stuck, niggas is lucky if we bust out this shit. And plus, mama told me never stop until I bust a nut. Fuck the world and they can't adjust. It's just as well. Hail Mary with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what we have here now. Do you wanna ride or die? La da 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 da. Come with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what do we have here now. Do you wanna ride or die? La da 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 da. Penitentiaries is packed with promise makers. Never realized the precious time that bitch niggas is wasting. Institutionalized, I live my life a product made to crumble. I'm too hardened for a smile, with them crazy to be humble. We ballin', catch me, Father, please, cause I'm falling. In the liquor store, that's the Hennessy I hear calling. Can I get some more? Hell till I reach hell, I ain't scared. Mama checking in my bedroom, I ain't there. I got a head with no screws in it. What can I do? One life to live, but I got nothing to lose. Just me and you on a one-way trip to prison. Selling drugs, we all wrapped up in this living. Like the studs to my homeboys and Click Max, doing they bid. Raise hell to this real shit and feel this. When they turn out the lights, I'll be there in the dark, looking eternal through my heart. Now Hail Mary, nigga, come with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? La da 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 da. Come with me. Hail Mary, nigga, run quick, see what do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? La da 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 da.
They got an APB out on my thug family. Since outlaws run these streets like these scandalous freaks. Our enemies down now, walking around half dead, head down. K blasted off a Hennessy and tie. Tronic mixed it, now I'm twisted, blistered and hard. Visions of me, thug living, getting me by forever.
Now that's just Hail Mary. Let's go to the Machiavelli. Whoa, watch this. Tupac Machiavelli. Listen to the message. Watch this. What that John there?
There's the beer guy.
Bud Light here? Bud Light here? Bud Light here? Bud Light where? Bud Light here? I missed that because of you.
Got you, Bud Light.
Oh, nice. Never mind.
Anything for the clean, crisp taste.
God sent Jesus into this world to be our Savior, and that Christ is returning someday soon to unfold the wonderful plan of eternity for my life and your life. As long as we're cooperating with God by accepting Jesus Christ as our personal Lord and Savior. Unless the Lord does return in the coming 7 days, we'll see
So you mean to tell me Tupac didn't know some when he put himself on the cross and called it Machiavelli? If you look who Machiavelli was, go back to Jesus, and now you will see why Tupac, that man had to die. Oh, wait a minute, you done put an image out there that you died on the cross. Don't you know you fucking with our religions and I believe Tupac? Shit. Look how this shit stand out now. Man, look. Machiavelli. The Don Illuminati.
Pops told me. Follow me. Remember what Pops told me. My family tree consists of drug dealers, thugs, and killers. Struggling, known to hustle, screaming, fuck they feelings. I got advice from my father, all he told me was this. Nigga, get off your ass if you plan to be rich. There's 10 rules in the game, but I share what you do. No, niggas gon' hate you for whatever you do. Now rule one, get your cash on MOB. That's money over bitches, cause they breed envy. Now rule two, is it hard? Watch for phonies. Keep your enemies close, nigga, watch your homies. It seemed a little unimportant when he told me I smile. Picture shoes being handed to an innocent child. I never knew in my lifetime I lived by his rules. Initiated as an outlaw, studying rules. Now power ain't around, so I gotta recall. I'll come to grips with being written on my enemy's walls. Promise if I have to see, I'll guide him right. Dear Lord, don't let me die tonight. I got words for my comrade. Listen and learn. Ain't nothing free, get back what you earn. No doubt, getting high.
Auto-tune is way more than just pitch correction. Did you know that? I actually have an auto-tune unlimited subscription.
Man, what if Tregang made a song produced by the devil and be like, suck a dick, bitch, suck a dick, bitch, swallow balls, hoe, swallow balls, hoe, you a dick sucker, you a dick sucker, you a bad bitch, you a bad bitch, you know what I'm talking about? But Tupac was like, Brenda had a baby, baby daddy wasn't around, Brenda had to struggle to feed the baby, you know what I'm talking about? It's a difference in that. It's a difference. That's why some of these goddamn females out here trying to make an excuse like, yeah, ain't no more good things around. There's a lot of good men around. You just trying to put want a man that's living like your idol. Yeah, you want a nigga with diamond chain, gold teeth that could take your ass to a restaurant so you could eat a fucking lamb and some steak and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Nah, I'm cool. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, you said you want some steak, boo? What you want? Yeah, I want some steak and some lobster. We finna go to the grocery store. If she don't respect you to, I'd rather for my nigga to cook the food and present that lobster and steak to me. Oh, I could be a bad bitch and be like, nah, I want you to pay, the full, yeah. No, I'm talking about. Why this shit?
One love, one thug, one nation. All the time I hoping my true motherfuckers know this be the realest shit I ever wrote. Up in the studio getting blowed to the truest shit I ever spoke. 21 gun salute, dressed in fatigues, black jeans and boots. Disappeared in the crowd, all you seen was troops. This little nigga named Nas think he live like me. Talk about he left the hospital, took fire like me. You live in fantasies, nigga, I reject your deposit. We shook Dre punk ass, now we out of the closet. Mob deep, wonder why nigga blow them out. Next time grown folks talking, nigga, close your mouth. Beat me, I take this war shit deeply. Done seen too many real players fall to let these bitch niggas beat me. Let's be honest, you a punk or you would see me with gloves. But that shit you said the vibe about me being a thug, and you could.
Y'all see he mentioned P. Diddy? Look, P. Diddy.
Tell them you a nobody left the hospital, took fire like me. You live in fantasies, nigga, I reject your deposit. We shook Dre punk ass, now we out of the closet. Mob deep, wonder why nigga blow them out. Next time grown folks talking, nigga, close your mouth. Beat me, I take this war shit deeply. Done seen too many real players fall to let these bitch niggas beat me. Let's be honest, you a punk or you would see me with gloves. But that shit you said the vibe about me being a thug, and you can tell the people you roll with whatever you want. But you and I know what's going on. Payback, I knew you bitch niggas from way back. Witness me strapped with Max, knew I wouldn't play that. All you old rappers trying to advance, it's all over now. Take it like a man. Niggas looking like Larry Holmes, flabby and sick.
So if you look at Tupac life, that's the worst thing he ever did, was trying to expose them, and he just didn't know they had that much power to get him out of here. And check this out, when it came to Machiavelli, this to let you know that this man here already had songs about the Machiavelli.
On my shit.
And Puffin them and Suge Knight released these songs after his death. Whoa.
Eat a fat dick, let it be known as how you made me. Loving how I got you niggas crazy. Nigga, against all odds, hoping my thug motherfuckers know it's be the realest shit I ever wrote. Nigga, against all odds, up in the studio getting blowed to the truest shit I ever spoke. Against all odds, hoping my true motherfuckers know this be the realest shit I ever wrote. I heard he was light-skinned, stocky, with a Haitian accent. Jewelry, fast cars, and he's known for flashing. Listen while I take you back and lace this rap, a real live tale.
This what we didn't know then, how the Illuminati worked. Man, look, before Tupac got signed, you know, he already sold his soul, so he helped set Tupac up, bruh. This is the Illuminati when Snoop Dogg, check this out. This how Snoop Dogg sold his soul, right? Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
Closest to the pin for an auction.
Now you tell me Snoop Dogg Illuminati, bro. So check this out. When this video first came out, I thought this was the most hardest video in the world, man. This put Snoop Dogg on the map. But the whole time, he finna be dead and resurrected in a new life. You see that? He on his back. That's how the video. Think about the resurrection rising from the dead. And guess who he gonna be talking to in the fucking rap? The fucking devil, bruh. The fucking devil.
We have just arrived live on the scene of a murder that happened late last night. And although details are very sketchy, we do know that one of the shooting victims is rapper Snoop Doggy Dogg. There was apparently a lot of gunfire here.
Aquí aparecieron el Snoop Doggy Dogg. No sabemos por qué es motivo, pero.
Listen to the lyrics. Listen to the lyrics. And guess who Snoop Dogg sold his soul to? Watch this. Hear this.
As I look up at the sky, My mind starts tripping, a tear drops my eye. My body temperature falls. I'm shaking and they breaking, trying to save the dough. Pumping on my chest and I'm screaming. I stop breathing, damn, I see demons. Dear God, I wonder can you save me? I can't die, my boo-boo's about to have my baby. I think it's too late for praying. Hold up, her voice spoke to me and it slowly started saying,
bring your lifestyle to me, I'll make it better.
And how long will I live?
Eternal life and forever.
Or will I be the G that I was?
I'll make your life better than you can imagine or even dreamed of. So relax your soul, let me take control. Close your eyes, my soul.
My eyes are closed.
So he sold his soul. That's what the devil do. He said my eyes is closed. That means he ready to see darkness before he want to see the light. Cause the darkness, that's why rappers shoot videos in the dark with low lights, giving you that dark image feeling. Yo, wee man. Boy, this shit spooking me. Cause I'm like, damn, if that happened to Tupac, I gotta be prepared. Cause if I keep that legacy going, I already know it's gonna happen to me. But guess what? Boy, if it happened to me, guess what? Boy, you gonna hear about it. Man, Tregang went out with a bang on them bitches like, woo, Tregang, this shit done got serious. Man, I ain't no Tregang gang like that, bro. Look, check this out. Listen to this.
I'm fresh up out my coma. I got my mama and my daddy and my homies in my corner. It's gonna take a miracle, like safe for me to walk again and talk again. But anyway, I get running some keys to get back on my feet. And everything that said came to reality. Living like a baller low, I'm having money and blowing hella smoke. I bought my mama a Venus, my boo-boo a Jag, and now I'm rolling in the nitrous AL dope right.
Just remember who changed your mind, cause when you start set tripping, that ass is mine.
Indeed, agree, proceed to smoke. Never have a want, never have a need. They say I'm greedy, but I still want more. Cause my eyes want to journey some more. Fill it up.
He said his eyes want some more and he want to journey the more talking to the devil. So don't they hear it? Don't they? If you compare it to Snoop Dogg, guess what? Back in those days, I remember when Snoop Dogg caught the case. When he caught the case, man, I'm praying for Snoop Dogg that he beat this shit, man. We can't let my nigga go to jail. But the whole time, it was a ritual. Hey, if you want to succeed in this rap game, you got to do something that we can hold you against. And if you agree with that, we agree with you on this murder case. We'll let you beat the murder case. And when he said, yeah, you know what I'm saying? If your ass starts set tripping, that ass is mine. That means, did Snoop Dogg get out of pocket after that song? Nope. 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 Look. Check this out.
Murder was the case that they gave me.
So when you look at this video, guess who resurrected him? Not Jesus, but the devil. So he bringing him back to life? Whoa! So when I say this, don't you know how, just say, yeah, Snoop Dogg did in this rap video, but man could bring him back to life. Just like when they come to the Genesis. Yeah, we breathe life in the Adam and Eve and shit. That's why they born and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Look.
I'm on my way to Chino, rolling on the great goose shampoo from head to toe. 25 with the SL, with nowhere to get, so I know. From the other side, recognize my face, cause it's the OG, no double G, LBC. Man dogging, cause I don't care. Red jumpsuit with 2 braids in my head. Stare as I enter the center. They send me to a level 3 yard, that's where I stay. Late night, I hear toothbrushes scraping on the floor. Getting they shanks, just in case the war pops off. Could you?
I just noticed that's Charlie Murphy in the video. Eddie Murphy, brother. That's Charlie Murphy. Look.
You can't tell the floor. Well, level 3 yard, that's where I stay. Late night, I hear toothbrushes scraping.
Ain't that Charlie Murphy? Eddie Murphy, brother? I didn't even know that. I just seen that like, damn, that's Charlie Murphy. The whole time I watched that video, I ain't know that was Charlie Murphy. That's Charlie Murphy, bro.
On the floor, getting they chance, just in case the war pops off. Cause you can't tell what's next, my little homie, baby. Put me to the pencil in his neck, and he probably won't make it to C22. I put that on my mama home ride for you, baby boo.
So if it was about a murder case and you killed the man, why you got a video that you dead and the devil finna resurrect you like Jesus? So when I was trying to tell y'all, check this out. Y'all really finna thumb me up when I say this. When I told y'all about Odin, when I told y'all about who Jesus really was and it was Satan, man, look, don't you know how many people got mad at me when I said, hey, you know, Jesus really is Satan. This is to show you proof right here. Who would be raising Snoop Dogg from resurrection, and if it ain't Jesus, and look at his image? They said they paint him out their own image. So this is what you looking like, a black man sold out, want to make it in fame, because the white people, the real true Israelites, can make you a star. Yeah, make you a star. We'll give you an airplane. We'll give you you gonna be the #1 influence. Hold up. Check this out. Ain't this the same Snoop Dogg that was heavily associated with Tupac? Now check this out. Now you finna see the betrayal. I'm finna go to my history and let's go to this video right here. Not Hail Mary, but this one right here. I understand the procedure.
Treating Jacques Ignat differently than Tupac. Okay. And so for doing that, for coming out with some new information on Tupac's life for the first time in a while, there's a lot of disinformation on Tupac's life, but for coming out with a lot of
the East Coast, West Coast war, when you're shooting, don't look at me thinking that our thing is something that
Tupac got a little bit discouraged.
And the East Coast, West Coast thing is something that the journalists and people are making up just to get paid off it so it can drag out and everybody can have albums. They're perpetuating it so it can be drama. when it all go down, don't look at me and Biggie and be like, why is there a big East Coast, West Coast war when you're shooting this to 300 homes, 300 countries, telling them.
So look, this was September 4th, 96. You see how Tupac looking? He already know they finna sacrifice this man. Look at it like this here. Tupac, they schooled Tupac on the Illuminati. And Tupac seen what the Illuminati was about. We're like, oh no, I ain't down with this shit. Let me make some songs about this shit. That's why he left P. Diddy. The thing that I know now, that's why he left P. Diddy and went to Death Row. But guess what? The worst mistake that he made in his life, cause Suge Knight was already social with P. Diddy when it come to the rap game. They was all friends and a part of the same elite. Tupac not. So guess what? Suge Knight and P. Diddy both plotted on Tupac to get him out of here because he was the one that was telling the truth. And guess how the way they did it? Man, let's make it look like it's an East Coast and a West Coast war. Shit. Man, if I would have known what I know now, bro, man, Tupac murder would have been like how they got Keefe D locked up right now for his murder. Boy, if we would have known the information that we would have known now, that shit would be big. That shit would have been big. And guess what they're gonna lead back to? Sacrifice, taking the oath. And once you break that oath, now we gotta get you out of here. Tupac's biggest mistake was telling, if you look at Tupac's mindset, yeah, I don't fuck with P. Diddy and them bitches with Illuminati. And he telling Suge Knight this shit, and Suge Knight is a part of the Illuminati. And they like, yeah, we gotta get Tupac ass out of here. So let's just stage a East Coast and West World War, cause he started with you, P. Diddy. And they killed that man. And once they killed that man, once they killed Tupac, they hurt the whole rap community. But guess who took control? P. Diddy. P. Diddy. After Tupac died, P. Diddy blew up and got so many artists. Oh, look how Mary J. Blige was taking off. Man, look at how P. Diddy was taking off after the Tupac murder. Look who benefited from it. Look, check this out.
About the East Coast, West Coast war that they would never know exists. So that's where information becomes a problem.
Take a close look at Snoop Dogg, because in days to come, Snoop know that something's gonna happen to Tupac.
And the East Coast, West.
And check this out, don't y'all know this documentary came out, hold on, when this was 14 years ago. This that to show you this shit for real, this in August. This was before the September the 11th. September the 11th, the World Trade Center. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look. When I said I watched this video, just look at this was 14 years ago. Internet was just taking off back then. When I watched this shit, I'm like, damn, man. Man, that goddamn Snoop Dogg look hella guilty. And when they were like mentioning Illuminati, I'm like, what the fuck is Illuminati? That's what threw me off. And then when Tupac was like, they Satan and devil worshiper and all of this shit, and he's spreading this shit on the news where the devil got employees on the news. Boy, that's why they had to, yeah, let's say, you raped somebody. Guess what? Why they said he had raped somebody? Because that's what they known for doing. Raping, drugging women and all this shit against their will. You know what I'm talking about? Look, if this was 14 years ago, before the P. Diddy trial, before the Jeffrey Epstein case, and don't y'all know when you go back to the Jeffrey Epstein case, they got a time stamp, but like, yeah, you was in your prime in the 90s. Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, them, all in the 90s. Whoa, in their prime. So look at it like this here. When I was in this area, I ain't know nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. I ain't know nothing about the shit that I'm finding out now about the Black Book, Jeffrey Epstein, private islands, and the leaks, doing all this shit with hermit trafficking girls and these stars and all this shit. I ain't know none of this shit 14 years ago. Did you know this shit about 14 years ago? Did you know this shit about 14 years ago? 14 years ago. So look, I'ma play this video, and now you finna understand why Tupac mentioned Donald Trump.
That's thing is something that the journalists and people are making that just to get paid off, and so it can drag out and everybody can have albums. They're perpetuating it so it could be drama. When it all go down, don't look at me and Biggie and be like, why is there a big East Coast, West Coast war when you're shooting this to 300 homes, 300 countries, telling them about an East Coast, West Coast war that they would never know exists. So that's where information becomes a problem.
Snoop knows Tupac's life is in danger days before his death. I want you guys to take a close look at this picture. Dr. Dre is a Mason, Baphomet, Snoop, Suge, but the picture was deliberately taken like a pyramid. Take a close look. This is a pyramid, and this is the back of a dollar. Now let's bring the picture back. You see, these guys are satanic, man. They know exactly what they were doing. That's how they get paid. Now, Suge had love for all those guys, but he had the most love for Tupac. So he didn't care if Dr. Dre left or Snoop Dogg. His main concern was Tupac. Yes, folks, I'm afraid to tell you, Tupac was a part of the Baphomet, as seen here with the hand gesture. And I know a lot of you are gonna.
So don't that make sense? If Tupac got in the rap game and he found out like, damn, I signed up for this shit. This Illuminati, I've been to the party. They try to get me to booty fuck niggas and to be gay and worship Baal. Man, I see why Tupac was like, man, let me tell my brothers and sisters about this shit. And guess what? It fell on deaf ears. When Aaliyah died. Let's go to when Aaliyah died. Aaliyah death. If you go back to Aaliyah death, bro, look, if you go back to Aaliyah death, go back to when Tupac died. Once you go back to Tupac died, follow everybody that died after Tupac that were trying to expose the Illuminati. They didn't say the word Illuminati. That's what the celebrity did. I got a bad record deal and my record label cheat me out the money. See what I'm saying? Hi, y'all. Appreciate the likes, y'all. Appreciate those likes.
argue me down. But let's go back to another guy, Nelly. Nelly is seen giving up his hand gesture for the new Illuminati Baphomet. He is holding his sign downward. Tupac is holding his upward. Don't get it twisted. They both are the same. Nelly is holding his downward. Tupac is upward. Moving on. Suge had a look on his face that he knew something was getting ready to go down. There was no doubt that Suge Knight orchestrated the hit on Pac. Now I want to go back to the first hit that took place in New York.
Who took the picture? That's the cold part about it. Who took that picture? Cause keep this in mind, them ain't the same outfits when you go back to the Las Vegas beating. Them ain't the same clothes Tupac had on. So the fight broke out in the goddamn casino, right? And you see they got clothes, totally different clothes on. Now you see what's going on. I told y'all I wasn't lying about this shit, bro. This shit history, bro. They documented this shit. Man, these folks documented that shit, bro. So when they went back to, Tupac whooping niggas in the lobby, look at the outfit that he had on, and look at this outfit. And you got a cameraman. Look where they took the picture at. Ain't this strange about where they took the picture? Look where they took the picture at. They ain't in no traffic. They ain't in no traffic. They ain't even in no parking lot. Look like they at a residence, ain't it? Look. Do they look like they riding on the street passing traffic? Nope. Nobody never questioned where these pictures come from. Why Tupac would be looking like this after he whooped the nigga at the casino? Look how the evidence still stand out right now. And check this out. Once you go back to Tupac murder, guess what they said what clothes he had on. And keep this in mind, he didn't have this shit on. He didn't have this shit on. Guess what Suge Knight had on when he went to the hospital? Check this out. With that one receipt, go back to Tupac, Tupac, Suge Knight here, and look at the outfit. And this finna make Suge Knight look crazy. If y'all got shot in the car, how the fuck you got a whole totally different outfit on and Tupac do? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, right? Look how close the picture took up. It looked like somebody standing right there in the car like, let me take a picture. Tupac know, man, something about to happen. And I believe my life in danger. Look how Suge looking like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. Yeah, take this goddamn picture because this could be an alibi. Because they said this the picture been right before Tupac got shot up in the car. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit. I remember this shit when they were breaking news. Because I'm like, damn, they shot Tupac out in Vegas? I remember in Vegas, bro, when that man first got shot and when he was breaking news, it was so much conspiracy theory in that 24 hours. Tupac got lifted to the, he got lifted to the hospital. Then you got Snoop Dogg talking about, yeah, I was at the hospital too, but if you listen to Tupac, Snoop Dogg story, you supposed to be in Los Angeles kicking it with Warren G. And you got the call when, boy, shit. I'm glad y'all never gave up on me, y'all. I'm glad y'all never gave up on me, bro. Cause now y'all see me like, yeah, man, Tregang the truth. when Tregang go live sometime, we know this about Tregang. Tregang gonna go live, and sometime his live when he be talking, man, you'll swear, man, this man don't know what he talking about. But you'll know what he talking about when you follow him, cause Tregang got a hard time explaining this shit, bro. You see what I'm saying? I got the hard. If I had a mouthpiece like the other YouTubers with this documentary voice and this narrative and all this shit, I'd be the biggest YouTuber in the world. I'd be the biggest YouTuber in the world. This is what the people don't like. Man, yeah, you know, that nigga hood and shit. He keeps saying, yeah, you know what I'm talking about? He sounds so uneducated. You can listen to him. Yeah, thumb me up, y'all. You know what I'm talking about? I get it. I don't have a voice like the white man when you were raised up in the 80s, in the 90s, when you read about National Geographic. You had the white man be like, who is the buffalo? You know, the buffaloes come out in this time of the summer, and they looking for water, but it's a mongoose over there in the Horus and watching this goddamn. You know what I'm talking about? And this thing, you know, he hungry. I can't do this shit, bro. I can't do it. If you want me talk professional, I'm gonna tell you how to chase a putty cat. Yeah, you see that little nice little putty cat over there, you know what I'm talking about? You see, you wanna walk, creep up to that putty cat and give that motherfucker a little. How y'all call, you know what I'm talking about? And that goddamn wildcat gonna look Tregang a dog, and I'm hunting for a wildcat, and that wildcat see that dog. But once I hound it like hey there, and this thing, you know, she like, who is there? You know how that shit go, you know how women, you know what I'm talking about? And they know a nigga finna back at them and shit, they play that little role to a nigga say something like, hey, you know what I'm saying, what's going on? They try to act like they don't know the situation, like, yeah, you been chosen, bitch. Let me act like you ain't know you been chosen when I spoke. You didn't feel that chemistry big when I said, hey man, you know what I'm talking about? When I spoke, you was the chosen one, you know what I'm talking about? That's why you react the way you acting nonchalant, like, you talking to me? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yes, I'm talking to you. Shit. I'm looking at your figure right now. God damn it, you got to be a goddess. What? I'm a goddess, yeah, girl. You fine the motherfucker. But I got my bonnet on it. You know what I'm saying? And my goddamn pajamas on trying to get some loose cigarettes. But I like, but you see your ass though. You know, you got to be the chosen one. Cause you the goddess of Thunderbolt. You know what I'm talking about? I ain't never seen a boot that big now. You know what I'm talking about? You got to be the goddess of Thunderbolt. You know what I'm talking about? Guess what she gonna be like? Damn, that man gave me a compliment. Shit, my ass must be really looking thick in these pajamas and shit. Oh yeah, you a Thunderbolt god. You a Thunderbolt goddess. You know what I'm talking about? I read about you. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I read about you and I learned all y'all history, you know what I'm talking about? You like to shake and wobble that walk, don't you? You know what I'm talking about? And they gonna tell you, nah, I don't do none of that shit. But if you go in the phone, she got all type of picture twerking. Throwing the walk, like damn boo, I ain't know you could throw the. That's why females don't want to give you all the information when you meet them. Cause they don't want you to be like, look, what this look like? If you a king nigga, right? You know, I'm from the hood. I go meet me a little gal, be like, hey, how you doing, boo? You know what I'm talking about? And woo the woo and woo the woo. And she like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, I don't throw my wop like that. And come to find out, shit. That's why they be like, yeah, you got to take me out to dinner, and you gotta buy me some steak and you gotta buy me some fucking lobster. And a nigga like, and you wanna know why she said that? Maybe I throw that whop on your ass and show you what this really do to keep that money going. How much you make a month? How much you make every week? Nah, I can't throw that whop on you. You a fry cook. Fry cook don't get that type of privileges. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, only management, supervisors, and CEO get this whop. You know what I'm talking about? Are you from the hood? No, I'm gonna smoke all your drugs. I'm pop all your pills. You say you got what now? Some, yeah, let me get them. I'm gonna pop all them. You know what I'm talking about? Man, these females crazy them up. That's how they do niggas in the hood. Like, yeah, since you working at Popeye Chicken, and you know you done made, you know, on the good chicken, Popeye Chicken, damn, I done made down there about $400 this week. Boy, I got some change. And next thing you know, she finna come in that motherfucker, you coming there with your little $400 check. Keep this in mind. When you cash the check, 200 already gone, cause the weed man done credit you, the blow man done credit you, you know what I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about, you owe a couple of motherfuckers, so out that $400, you got a $2 solid $100, you know what I mean? So now you got a budget with a bitch. Yeah, I got a budget, I got a 150 budget line, you know what I'm talking about? This the best I can do, bitch. And so when the nigga was trying to negotiate, be like, damn, you know, I came to fuck with you, you know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to spend some little money. She be like, well, take me go get something to eat. And next thing you know, you go to the restaurant, and that's when you find out, damn, the goddamn steak, $50. Shit, this bitch want a drink, that's another $30. Woo, she wants some salad, shit, that's my budget. That's why a nigga be like, we fucking, ain't it? Nah, we ain't fucking. That's when a nigga finna run out that motherfucker and leave you with a tab. That's what I do. Oh, you wanna play like that, bitch? Oh, okay, this how I'm finna do it. Yeah, come on now. You say you want some what? Yeah, I want some lobster, Tregang, and some shrimp and all that. You can have whatever you want. And that bitch finna ring that bill up, think she finna charge me, treat me like a trick. Check this out. I already told the waitress. I ain't eating shit, you know what I'm saying? Whatever she ordered, that's on that tab. I just want me some iced tea. So when the tab come out, that's when I'ma run on the bitch. Be like, yeah, I'll be right back. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go to the bathroom and drain the wood. So she's sitting up there picking her teeth with a toothpick and shit. All these goddamn plates. This bitch done got the bread plate, the pasta plate, shrimp plate, meat. And then this bitch look, then the waitress come up and be like, yeah, you know, here go the ticket. And she like, yeah, you know, my nigga got it. And we ain't never just standing like, I ain't know we were boyfriend and girlfriend. Fuck you mean your nigga got this? Nah. So the waitress already on the game be like, well, ma'am, you ate all this goddamn lobster. You ate like a fat bitch in this motherfucker. According to the cameras, you did all the ordering, like, yeah, give me some sausages, all this shit. I ain't playing this shit. So I got on down and let them know, look, I ain't eat nothing. How much that iced tea? Shit, $2? Yeah, huh? Bitch, you go at 20. Keep the change. Yeah, let that bitch sit up there, be smart, and she be like, yeah, does y'all, you say y'all got some what on the menu? Yeah, you know, if you get a shrimp plate, and you can get, oh yeah, let me get that. And then when the tab come, and when she find out that I done broke bad on her, and she ain't got no motherfucking money and shit, that's when her credit finna show up, be like, damn, bitch. Man, you fine as a motherfucker, and goddamn it, and you ain't got $2 in your purse, and trying to make it look like, damn, I'm all cute and shit, and the nigga acting funny because he don't want to play for my plate. Bitch, you got the game fucked up. No, hell no. I'd rather go to Quick. Quickly find the motherfucker and her booty bigger than yours, and she don't want no steak. You know what I'm talking about? Quickly don't want no steak. Quickly got game, goddamn. Hey man, you wanna fuck with me, man? Look, give me my money off top, and you can spend the night. Maybe you can spend the night, you know what I'm saying? And you like, damn, Quickly, don't do me like that. Shit, man, nigga high, fucked up, nose running. You know what I'm talking about? Pocket full of booger sugar like that. Quickly, what's up? You know what I'm talking about? Quickly, like, man, look. Man, you know what's going on with me. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Look, Quickly so smart. Look, Quickly so smart. She had the biggest drug dealer at her house and treat her like a queen. And she don't need no bonnet on. I mean, she don't need no high heels or nothing. She can step out that motherfucker with some pajama shorts with the little what that cartoon character name? Betty Boo on the goddamn pajamas with a big ass booty. No hair done, you know what I'm saying? Creeping in the stove, so she don't want nobody to know she finna buy some loose cigarettes. And when she come out and she sing, yeah, oh, whoa, hey, boo, now what's going on? I'm good, you know, man, baby, you fine the motherfucker. How I'm fine? I ain't got my hair done. I'm good, you know what I'm saying? Nah, boo, you know, I'm just saying, though, you know what I'm talking about? What you talking about? What's up? I'm just saying, though, you know what I'm talking about? I see what I like and shit. I'm trying to party a little bit, you know what I'm talking about? And guess what she finna say, party? Kind of party you talking about? Try to make it look like she ain't interested party, but she trying to get more information like what's with the party, like would it be drugs at the party? And they think, you know, yeah, I smoke, you know. So she was like, yeah, you know, I smoke a little bit too. A woman ain't gonna never admit to a drug habit until you mention me, like, yeah, you know, you fuck out, boo. What you mean I fuck off? You don't get down with a little bit of that. She was like, oh yeah, she know language like, oh hell yeah. And they say, you know, you got a freak for life. This is different from a rich nigga and a real nigga. Rich nigga gotta pay for ad, but a real nigga get it for free. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? A real nigga from the hood get it for free because he know quickly. Like, yeah, bitch, you can't fool me with that shit. Your little fine ass. You ain't got to do nothing, put some little booty shorts and go to the east side and go trick you a nigga. You know what I'm saying? But we know what's going on. Just trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to, you know what I'm saying? They know what they be doing. Look at Tupac. Watch this. Check this out.
With Biggie and Puff Daddy.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, saying my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? And like the rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set him up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
Puff Biggie knew exactly who shot Pac. I want you to take a close look at Puff Daddy's reaction. He's guilty as hell.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, saying my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? And like the rumors.
So if Tupac told y'all, like, look, the East Coast and the West Coast were never in the beef, but P. Diddy and Suge Knight kept the beef going, and Tupac was like, nah, this just ain't no West Coast and East Coast beef. It doesn't exist. So guess what they did? Puff and goddamn it Suge Knight made it look like the East Coast were beefing with the West Coast. But the whole time, they are part of the same club. And it was a sacrifice. So check this out. Since Tupac was like, hey, I'm finna expose P. Diddy. I know you sucking dick. I remember all those songs where Tupac said you sucking dick, taking booty. I remember all that shit. That if you look at it like the truth, I'm thinking that's a diss song, cause that's the first thing niggas say. If you want to make your if you want to make a nigga mad, dick sucking ass nigga, hoe ass, you faggot ass nigga. They just make a nigga mad. I ain't know this shit was actually true, and come to find out, man, this nigga calling the goddamn freak shop asking for a nigga named Punisher with the big dicks. Did you hear the testimony? This nigga said, look, call the escort, and I don't want little dicks. I want a motherfucking condom. Yeah, look, Cassie like, yeah, I done booked the freak show. Is it dick big? Cause you bitch, I don't fuck with little dicks. And he want all the big dicks to squirt on his body so he can massage his body in semen. Man, what the fuck? What the fuck, bruh? You couldn't make no nigga believe this shit back in the 90s. You see what I'm saying? Cause a motherfucking man not thinking like that, like damn, we ain't thinking no shit, like we ain't never heard this shit. But come to find out, you look at that nigga lips, boy, they look like some goblin ass lips. What's your name? My name the Punisher. What? Punish my jaws then. And I'm P. Diddy. Punish my goddamn jaws. I want you not to landing out these motherfuckers. Boo, you see this? This is what you call a real man with a real dick. And watch me take it. Cause when I take it, you can take it too. Freaky ass shit, bro. Some freaky ass shit, man. You know what I'm talking about? Boy, look. I'm glad I ain't never made it in that lifestyle. Cause goddamn it, if Tregang would have made it, they would have invited me to those magic party. They'd be like, yeah, you know, Nicki Minaj and them motherfucker. What, Nicki Minaj? Yeah, I wanna fuck Nicki Minaj like a motherfucker. Hey, you know what, Nicki Minaj and goddamn Megan Thee Stallion in there. Whoa! Let me go holler at them right quick. And next thing you know, you go in there holler and they flirting with you, be like, yeah, you know, I like your songs and shit. You be like, damn, man, yeah, see, I like your songs too. And next thing you know, and you think you finna fuck Nicki Minaj and them, and Nicki Minaj and them be like, look, I got a friend, and I'm bring my friend in there, and next thing you know, it's his ass. He coming in that motherfucker. You thinking quick finna it's him. With a contract in his hand, like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I got this little contract here. If you wanna get your album out, let me bite your booty. I wanna give you a massage. I wanna oil you up. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm gonna give you $1 million, nigga. That's why they gotta pay so much. Look at P. Diddy. Man, that man look like I'll pay $1 million just to bite your butt. Like, what? Look how many niggas they went for it. Like, damn. I'm trying to make it, P. Diddy, but you know what, though, now? You know what I'm talking about? If you let me bite your apple, and they like, what's an apple? You remember the Adam and Eve story? You remember that bite, Ma? I just want to bite the right cheek. And guess what? A nigga gonna be like, nah, I ain't with this shit. But Temptation finna come in and be like, damn, I'm trying to get out the projects. I'm tired of living in the ghetto and shit. And then they got to come back to P. Diddy and like, time out. I want to renegotiate my contract. And the reason why they want to renegotiate contract, because they thought about what he said. Oh, you heard him. So you remember, I told you I want to bite your butt. Yeah, I understand, P. Diddy. Well, come on in, P. Diddy Chambers. You know what I'm talking about? And let me bite that butt so I know you ain't playing with me. And next thing you know, you got the hardest rapper in that room, and P. Diddy eating your Gucci up. He done ate your Gucci up. And next thing you know, and he was like, yeah, oh man, you got some sweet booty. Boy, your booty tastes better than peaches and apples. You know what I'm saying? Man, that man told that man, he said, man, your booty got a sweet taste to it. Like, it's like eating strawberries. Like, damn, I didn't know you was fruity, nigga. Just imagine if a female with a man and shit, and a female like, yeah, you know, yeah, baby, I give you head and everything, cause you taste like fruit to me. And then and you ask her like, yeah, what I taste like, boo? You know, I'm talking about a hard dick. And I like a hard dick in my mouth. But him, he gonna be like, yeah, your booty sweet. Whoa, shit, did you know your booty tastes like a strawberry? Nigga, don't you know you taste like a plum, nigga? You know what I'm talking about? Man, this nigga described this nigga to a fruitcake like, man, look. Hold on, check this out. And then the nigga was like, man, look, we're gonna keep it between us. Yeah, that's between us. Here go your contract right here. Sign right here and right there and right there, and I'm gonna give you $1 million. So really, he got the booty for free. So you can sell for that contract. Cause when you sign for the contract, you got to pay everything when they give you that advance. No wonder why them niggas be mad and be like, I want to snitch now. Why you snitching now? Talking about they all gay. Oh, you saying that? Man, look, I could just imagine. You went to those P. Diddy party. This when Jeffrey Epstein was at this peak too. Donald Trump, all of this shit, bro. Look. It really ain't funny though. I know I'm cracking joke, but it ain't really funny though. Because if you look at Donald Trump right today, check this out. If you look at Donald Trump got caught up with the Jeffrey Epstein, then you find out that Jeffrey Epstein was heavily associated with Nickelodeon, all the child stars, all the beauty pageant. Look at it like this here. How many of y'all was in the 90s and watched all those beauty pageants? Whoa! You see what I'm saying? How many of y'all watch all those beauty pageants? Because I used to watch them. I used to watch it with my family because it wasn't the internet like back then. That's when the family sat down in the living room and everybody watched one channel in that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? So now look, if you think about the Jeffrey Epstein case and you look at how his record go back to the 90s, this is when Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, Victoria's Secret CEO, all these higher ups were running the world and fucking these kids, bruh. Fucking the kids. Yeah, fucking them goddamn little boys. Fucking the little boy. I'm glad God never answered my prayer when I said, yeah, I want to be the next Denzel. Nope, I don't want to be no next Denzel. Ain't no telling what he done did. Nah, I don't want to be no next, nah, ain't no telling what these motherfuckers did. Cause the way this man touched Michael Jackson, the way this man touched Mike Tyson ass on the City on Hall, little as you will, Man, you done touched a heavyweight ass, and Mike known for being a knockout. And you gamble and touch that man ass on live camera. That's how horny you are. Yeah, you a freak, bro. You a freak. You a freak. This just to show me how much power that this man had. Mike Tyson known for knocking niggas' ass out. Knocking niggas' ass out. Mike Tyson supposed to be knocked his ass out. But that man had so much power, Michael Jackson like, and brushed that man's hand off. I'm like, oh yeah. Yep. That's why I don't trust a nigga with pink lips. If you got a nigga in your household, you say that's your man, that man got some pink ass lips like this, you better investigate it. Matter of fact, hit my email, be like, Tregang, I'm gonna give you a couple of pictures and give you my little boo thing background. Is he gay? I investigated and I'm gonna set him up. Check this out. If he gay, check this out. I ain't gonna send him with a little bad bitch. If you wanna know how gay your nigga really is, I'ma send a nigga in that hotel room look like RuPaul. RuPaul and Dennis Rodman, Jack. Cause when Dennis Rodman come up in that motherfucker, they don't discriminate. So that mean, look, yeah, I know what's going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what's going on. They don't want no woman. They don't want no man that look like a woman. They want a man look like Dennis Rodman with muscles and shit. They want a nigga look like, yeah, I see your back tone. Yeah, you think you got muscles and all this? I want you to relax your muscles. You know what I'm talking about? That type of shit I see. You know what I'm talking about? The type of shit I see, bro. Man, I don't even want to talk about this gay ass shit no more, bro. Cause I see it now. Look out. Look. Man, that man's so gay, he probably thinking about a dick right now, like, damn. He in his own word be like, damn, I'm trying to, shit, suck little Bow Wow dick. I'm trying to suck that little Bow Wow dick, goddamn it. And James, goddamn it, and in the interview be like, what you think about the Tupac murder? And he like, oh, damn, snap out of like, oh, man, you know, I think it's the disasters, you know what I'm saying, and all this. And the whole time, he thinking about, damn, I need a little more oil this time, because I'm put them hoes on some warm water. I want my motherfucking cheek clap tonight. Cassidy, huh? Call 1-800 Dick. All right. And give me the best dick you can find. All right, look. Hey, my name is Cassidy, and P Diddy my husband, and I want to know, do y'all got big dicks right now on arrival? How many inches you talking about? P Diddy, how much? But you know I work with 12 and better, like the 12 disciple. Oh, he wanted 12 inches, foot long. You know, like it's a like this Subway. You know what I'm talking about? Kind of sandwich you want? I want a foot long. Yeah, I want a foot long. You know, what kind of meat you want on that joint? I want some meatballs and put me some little cheese on that joint too, and put me some little ham on all that old shit. Stop it, y'all. I'm trying to stick to the subject. Don't throw me out right now, goddamn, because I'm seeing y'all finna do it. Y'all finna do it with those laughing emojis and shit. I see what y'all doing. But I'm just saying, look at him. Look. Just look at him. Now, when this man first hit the scene, I said he was gay before the gay allegation came out, because I'm like, man, who call themselves puppy? You know, I'm on the street, you know what I'm saying? Don't no nigga call themselves pup daddy. What? No, that ain't hood. You know what I'm talking about? call your ass a sugar daddy, you know what I'm talking about? The fuck is a puff daddy, you know what I'm talking about? That shit sounds suspicious. Yeah, I never call a nigga like, yeah, what you want me to call you, my nigga? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, call me Puffy. Nah, I'm cool, my nigga. What's your government name? My name's Sean. I'm gonna call your ass Sean then. You know what I'm saying? Nah, don't call me Sean. Call me Puffy. Why they call you Puffy? Ask that nigga that question. Why they call you? Where you get that name from? You don't want to know that history. Cause a nigga done beat my little booty hole. And he beat it and damn it. And he done stroked me so bad till my booty puffed up. That's why he called me Puffy. Be like, damn, he gave me that little long dick and shit, and be like, ooh, your booty swelling up is getting puffy, you know what I'm saying? That's probably why he named himself there, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think like how they think right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think like a gay person would think. Look. I'm trying to think like a gay person. All right, let me listen to this shit again, right here.
It's on some tip like we set them up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
I know what good morals are, but you're supposed to disregard good morals when you're living in a crazy, bad world. If you're in hell, how can you live like an angel? You're sitting here surrounded by devils and you're trying to be an angel? That's like suicide.
You notice in the statement Pac said, how can he be an angel surrounded by devils? Pac knew everyone that he was encountering with was a part of the Baphomet. Pac was also obsessed with death. That's why he had a bracelet made with the angel of death wrapped around his neck. And everyone knows what the angel of death represents.
Ain't this the same outfit Tupac had on when he beat Orlando Jones in the lobby at the hotel? The shit that I know now, I see why they went down to the hotel if it ain't mob connected. And guess who would be associated with the mob? Guess who would be associated with the mob at that time, bro? And look what casino that happened there. Whoa! And think about the hotel Whitney Houston died at. It's right around the corner. Right around the corner. Right around the corner. That's what's fucked up about it. That I grew up on this shit. When they killed that man, bro, Tupac was the hottest motherfucking thing in the street. And all because he was exposing P. Diddy, Nas, Tolifo. Yeah, y'all niggas all gay. You niggas sucking dick, taking it in the booty. That's what Tupac said. Look.
That's why he had a bracelet made with the angel of death wrapped around his neck. And everyone knows what the angel of death represents. Tupac dissed Dr. Dre, calling him out, saying that Dre can't make up his mind on men or women. When Dre should be producing, he's upstairs sucking dick, eating pussy. This interview was made in 1996, also that same year, dissing Quincy Jones, saying that he was invited to Q's house. Tupac seen Q's daughter and wanted to holler at her. However, Q asked Tupac if he could have a moment with him, and asked Tupac if he would fuck him in the ass. Tupac replied, "I don't get down like that." When Tupac put this on tape, he broke the oath. His life would be in danger until his death.
I would love you even if you had no ears to listen, had no vision. Because if love is blind, why do I keep having to change my prescription? Love you even if you didn't have no legs, cause you couldn't walk all over my heart. Where do I start from the beginning? I love you despite your bad breath. I'll just blow kisses and walk with my hand over my mouth before I have to leave you. Believe me, I love your dirty draws. I get nervous when I see you. You see me, my heart beats a little differently. My stomach not butterflies, just flies.
Normally, when Tupac talks, he talks with a lot of character. But in this clip, he's trying to convince everyone he didn't sell his soul.
The reason I am who I am today is because I can look directly into my face and find my soul. It's there. It's not sold. I didn't sell it. It's there. It's not sold. I didn't sell it. I am who I am today is because I can look directly into my face and find my soul. It's there. It's not sold. I didn't sell it.
In 1996, things started to get really ugly for Pac. Pac had got to the point where everything he'd become, he still wasn't happy. You would think doing movies, being in sitcoms, being cameo appearances, it would brought him joy. But the thing that was troubling Pac is how he got it. See, Pac knew the truth, and the public didn't know the truth. He knew he sold out to Baphomet to get a recording deal. That's the only way you get in Hollywood. You have to sell out to the Baphomet. That's just one part. If you want to be in movies and star in movies and change your whole career, you have to go to the director's couch. By this time, Pac was feeling suicidal.
I felt like just a prisoner to my own fame. That's why I wanted to die at that point. I felt like if everybody was so goddamn worried about me, why ain't nobody came to help me?
Tupac, go ahead and rock now this. I clown around when I hang around with the underground. Girls used to frown, say I'm down when I come around. Gas me, and when they pass me, they used to diss me, harass me. But now they ask me if they can kiss me. Get your fame, people change, wanna live their life high. Same song can't go wrong if I play the nice guy.
Claiming fame must have changed now that we became strong.
I remain still the same, cause it's the same song.
I look back with the greatest fondness. Those were like some of the best times of my life.
It was the best time of his life because when Pac was with Digital Underground, he was just a dancer. He didn't have no strings. He didn't have to take no oath. But Pac wanted more, and he didn't know what was behind the green door. So when they approached him, Jimmy Iovine, Tom Whalley, and also Ted Phil, these guys are multi-millionaires. Pac had to take the Baphomet. He didn't know what this was, but he was down with it. They always let you taste the fruit before it goes sour. So everything started happening for Pac. The movies, his record being good, no matter if he was behind bars. Because remember, the elite make you a star. You don't even have to promote. They'll see that your recording sells because they own the industry. Pac would not find this out until he just about had enough of everybody coming to him for some sex, for some money, for some drugs. By this time, Pac has had enough, and he let it be known in 1996.
He is a dope producer, but he ain't working years. And I got tired of that. I didn't think we needed that. I think we didn't need that. And he was owning the company too, and he's chilling. He owning the company, he's chilling this out, sucking dick, eating pussy. I'm out here in the street, you know what I mean? Whooping niggas' ass, starting wars and shit, putting it down, dropping albums, doing my shit. And this nigga's taking 3 years to do one song. I couldn't have it. But it was not my decision. It was Suge's decision. Suge the one that was coming to me because I was soft on it. Like, you know, well, fuck it, we just keep him in the dark.
See, Suge knew that Pac was kind of green. He told Pac the things he wanted to hear. He acted like a big brother. He told Pac, if you ever get tired, you can go do anything else you want to do. I'll support you.
With that being said, did Tregang tell y'all the truth? That's all I want to know, right? For the people that's watching me right now and thumb me up, can you say, man, Tregang really telling the truth? And the way he presenting the truth, a lot of people ain't go understand. And, bruh, a lot of people ain't gonna understand because I didn't understand back in that time frame when all of this happened. Before that documentary, if you live back in Tupac moments, when he first got shot at Quad Studio, guess who he called out? P. Diddy had something to do with it. Then he was like, yeah, you know what, the Illuminati and all this. This when black people started hearing about the Illuminati. And it's in the music game, right? Check this out. If you go to this right here, Tupac, Brenda had a baby. If you go to Tupac, that Brenda had a baby, this just show you this why this man was the GOAT. Instead of calling female bitches and hoes, cause they got babies by these niggas that don't want to take care of them. Look how the music and the goddamn the lyrics about a black woman. A black woman. And to these lyrics these days talking about our black women, bruh. Tupac was trying to like, look, man, these white shit.
Who really didn't care to see or give.
This for all my females that's in the chat right now. This what a real nigga is. This what a real man is. See what I'm saying?
Really didn't care to see or give a damn if she went out and had a church of kids. As long as when the check came, they got first dibs. Now Brenda's belly's getting bigger, but no one seems to notice any change in her figure. She's 12 years old and she's having a baby. In love with the molester who's sexing her crazy. And your aunt also thinks that he'll be with her forever, and dreams of a world with the two of them are together. Whatever. He left her and she had the baby solo. She had it on the bathroom floor and didn't know, so she didn't know what to throw away and what to keep. She wrapped the baby up and threw him in the trash heap. I guess she thought she'd get away, wouldn't hear the cries. She didn't realize how much the little baby had her eyes. Now the baby's in the trash heap, bawling. Mama can't help her, but it hurts to hear her calling. Brenda wants to run away. Mama say you're making me lose pay, and social work is here every day. Now Brenda's gotta make her own way. Can't go to a family, they won't let her stay. No money, no babysitter, she couldn't keep a job. She tried to sell crack, but ended up getting robbed. So now what's next? It ain't nothing left to sell. So she sees sex as a way of leaving hell. It's paying the rent, so she really can't complain. Prostitute found, slain. And Brenda's her name, she's got a baby.
So check this out. If you listen to Tupac, what he said about our black women, that man just rap about a woman's struggle, and the whole purpose of this video, man, I got your back. I know your struggle. You fucking with a nigga that ain't finna support your baby. Then you came from a home that you was molested. You 12 years old already, a drug fiend. You see what I'm saying? So look, if you get this today, rappers, fuck a bitch. Look. So check this out. When Tupac came with this changed the whole world.
Build a website you love.
Boy, this changed the
with
whole
Wix.
world. Hit them up.
For your words.
Man, Tupac the GOAT.
I let them niggas know it's on for life. Don't let the west side ride the night. Bad boy murdered on wax and kill. Fuck with me and get your caps peeled. You know, see, grab your blocks when you see Tupac. Call the cops when you check this out. You motherfuckers know what time it is. I don't even know why I'm on this track. Y'all niggas ain't even on my level. I'ma let my little homies ride on you bitch made ass bad boy bitch. Feel, get out the
And Tupac was going in on them folks. And check this out, when he came with Hit 'Em Up, I'm looking at, man, this the a big diss record. I'm thinking about the diss in the war. But I ain't thinking about the Illuminati, and this the reason why Tupac going to war with these people. So when look at it like when Tupac was making these songs and shit about P. Diddy, Junior Mafia, all about the Illuminati. It's all about the Illuminati, bro. So look, to make a long story short, this is what Tupac warned us about, Aaliyah. Look who Aaliyah fell victim to. Ain't that the same thing? Brenda had a baby. How niggas do female? Hold up. If you go, hold on, where I need to go to? I don't need to go to that right quick. Nah, I don't need to go to that. You know what I'm talking about? But, but like I said, when I tried to show y'all, when I said, hey y'all, the things I learned about Jesus, Jesus was made up. And when I said that, a lot of people got mad at Tregang, and I told everybody, I said, just bear with me on this now. Don't rush the judgment. Please don't rush, just, you don't got to believe me. But the shit that I'm telling you, look it up. Once you look it up, you gonna know, oh, this who it is. I see why it's in the pyramid. Now I see why. How many arrows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Symbolizing the 12 disciples. Whoa. Why is a phoenix here with how many stars? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Whoa, so I still got to think about the 12 tribes of Israel from the shit that I learned. Oh, that's why it's 13, because when you get the 12 tribes of Israel, it was really 13, because one split up into 2 nations. Oh, now I see why you got the bald eagle right here, and you got 33 feathers on this eagle. So once you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay, you got 9 right here, and then it will be a 6 with 13, the 12 tribes right here. Then you got the 13 tribes. Bruh. That's why it's on American dollar. And you said, yeah, man, I'm so interested in Freemasonry. Oh, you interested in Freemasonry? Let me tell you who out that is. Who out that is, Tregang? That's that dude eye. He got a blue eye. No, Tregang, I don't believe you. No, I'm straight. No, Tregang, I don't want to hear this shit. You know. Oh, now you don't want to hear it, but you said you a big fan of Freemasonry, and you know how they do when it comes to ritual. So when Tregang say, look, It's same ritual. This the God that you pray to and I pray to. God, thou's in heaven, you know what I'm saying? Hallowed be thy name. Everybody know the prayer, the Lord's Prayer, right? The Lord's Prayer. Ain't that crazy that what if these people took the real knowledge from the real God and say, hey man, this shit so deep, we can rewrite this shit. Let us make man in our image so we can make statues and stones and rock and give everybody the 10 commandments that came from a stone tablet. A stone tablet. A stone tablet. Watch this. It's the seal of Colorado. And don't y'all know you got the hammer, the mallet. This is what the judge used. Guess what they use this tool for? Nobody don't know. But if I break it down to you, don't say, nah, Tregang, don't believe it. You asked for it. Look, this is seal of Colorado. Why Colorado got this seal? And you got 3 mountains, 3 clouds with the all-seeing eye with the pyramids. And guess what? Whoa. So, hold up. If you go and read all of this that's associated with Freemasonry, oh, what if Tregang told you, I told y'all King David wasn't even real. King Solomon wasn't even real. It was a building. And this how they built the goddamn temple dedicated to Solomon. All because they knew how to build. No, you know what I'm talking about. And check this out. This is a cold part about it. If you look at this symbol again, not only they make buildings and can build shit, this also a sexual act. If you got a woman on top of a man and she riding him, don't that what that look like? Oh, she riding a D. And that's how his legs gonna, whoa. Yeah. Yeah. When it come to Freemasonry, look at the temples. Look at the temple. When you go to the Holy Quran is a Muslim tradition. Everybody knows this the Muslim Bible. But what it got to do with the King James Version? It speak the same. It's a game. It speak the same. So check this out. If you say you believe in Jesus, guess who the Muslims believe in? The Prophet Muhammad. And Moses is the Prophet Muhammad. When you go back the original name, whoa. Whoa. So now look. So when you look at the Mason Lodge, don't you know what you actually seeing? This will be King David. This sound crazy as hell in the Bible. When you think of King David, when Tregang said King David don't exist, it was a building, bro. It was like a temple. They built a temple. And this King David, what you seeing right now? He was a building, and this is what the church would look like in his time frame. He never existed. So when they built the temple, what I'm basically saying, when they built this temple, they called it the Temple of Solomon. The Temple of Solomon, building it for the gods in heaven, right? So what they did was like, well, look, we need a figure like a high school. everybody know like a school, elementary, you know what I'm saying? Don't you know those elementary logos go back to pagan gods? Yeah, you got the South Side Vikings. And you got the North Side Raiders playing in the championship this weekend. Whoa! Whoa! You got this school with an Indian logo, and you going playing football with the Vikings. So if you look at a football game, damn, the Indians going with the Vikings. Think about warfare, man. The Indians going with the Vikings. Guess who won? See what I'm saying? Guess who won? Guess who won? Look. So when I was trying to tell y'all, look, these white folks were so cold. They was like, yeah, you know, we so smarter than the average race. We could trick them. Look what you see. Look what you see. Whoa. So when I tell you, this will be the house of Solomon. It's after his likeness. Hey, this how we built the Solomon temple. So wherever we establish our land at, we're gonna make lodges all over the world and reconstruct Solomon temple. So that means like Tregang got a cutlass. Tregang got a cutlass and that motherfucker clean. So just imagine I got everybody in the motor game where I'm from, and we all just like, let's go to California and do a car show. And we all at the car show and they be like, yeah, these you know what I'm saying, Tregang profits right here, you know, this the car club. And this thing, you know, everybody got a cutlass after their own image. I got a black cutlass, he got a white cutlass, he got a foreign car. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? So look, Freemasonry. Look at the temples in the church. Whoa. Boy, I ain't never seen a church built like this. Whoa. Boy, look at all the kids and the women. This is all females and children. And check this out. When I told y'all human trafficking is real, don't y'all see all these old ass men with these little ass girls? Boy, that's why they pay top-notch picture for these arts. Look. Look. Look at this picture. Damn, if you got all these men in here, and you got all these girls in here, where the mamas at? Where these girls come from? So think about it like this here. When you think about the 12 tribes of Israel, when they were going to those lands and shit, hey, look, I got this little girl right here, you know, you wanna smash? Yeah, let me smash on the low. Look, I'm gonna record it and I'm gonna write this shit down, you know what I'm saying, for insurance claims, you know what I'm saying, just to make sure that I can trust you. Man, you can trust me. You know, your secret is with my secret. Huh, here go you a little girl then. Ain't nobody gonna tell nobody. Look, everyone took the oath, and that's why they got little girls presenting them. What you think that what's finna happen next? All these men is finna have sex with these little ass goddamn girls, bruh. It's in the arts. That's crazy to me. It's in the arts. Why would a rich white man will pay millions of dollars of this image? Why? Freemason Hall. So check this out. When Tregang told y'all, man, look, Freemason in the human trafficking. If you got this painting in the Freemason Hall, this how open they was with it. Because they was like, yeah, you know, people so slow and dumb these days, we can get away with this shit. We can go build our own temples and bring the little girls to our lodges and do a ceremony and have an orgy in that motherfucker. Nobody wanna know, cause guess what? Ain't nobody gonna believe these little girls if they do wanna tell something. Cause guess what? He'll judge, he will be the prosecutor, he will be the defense lawyer, this would be, you know what I'm saying, some certain people in the jury. Come on, bro, they got a whole fucking system set up. A system. Look, all right, check this out. Look at the images. Why you think you got one eye? Hold on. Why she got one eye? If you find out what I found out, notice this here. Damn, Tregang, you sure ain't lying, cause when I look at pictures in the wall of Egypt in the pyramid, everybody got one eye and turned sideways. They don't never show you like a 3D footage like, yeah, you know, none of that, right? Because when I tell you, it go back to who? Odin. Look at him. He lost this eye. Sacrifice for wisdom. He a one-eyed God. So when I told everybody was like, look, he is a god of poetry. Poetry is rap music, R&B, you know, everybody know a poetry, you know what I'm saying? It's a poem. Poem is rap. Don't you know when they try to say Tupac was no rapper, that nigga was a poetry, you know, like it was a bad thing, like. They try to make Tupac look like he was gay and shit, cause this nigga was goddamn in the ballerina. Ain't nothing gay about you in the ballerina. I dance in the ballerina. Give me some tights. I can't wait to be a ballerina. Man, you get Tregang some motherfucking tights and some slippers on. Boy, them little white chick goddamn gonna be like, whoa, did you see the package? That's about racism. Man, them little white, little red-haired girls gonna be like, whoa. Did you see the package, mate? Like, yeah, I seen this is all bundled up. It's bundled up. Like, yeah, it's all in one knot. Like, whoa. And then when my name was born, cause them goddamn was when I put my tights on, I'm ballerina and shit, right? Check this out. Ballerina was like, yeah, you want to be a ballerina? I'm like, yeah, I want to be a little ballerina shit, because I want to be a ballerina, because I'm like, damn, they want all this little snow bunnies there. You know what I'm talking about? Let me see, can I fit in? And this thing, you know, they like, yeah, put these tights on. I'm like, nah, I don't wear no tights, boo. I don't get down. You know what I'm talking about? I put some Levi jeans on, some Air Force Ones and tip on these toes. They're like, nah, you got to put the little tights on. So I'm kind of skeptical about it, but I'm like, well, I ain't gonna feel too bad. Ain't nothing but some little snow bunnies in the room. So when I put the little tights on and stack the nuts on the left side, cause that's where you're gonna get the tension there. When I put the tights on, right, I came out that motherfucker. Man, that's when the DJ stopped the music like, cause you know they were playing that white folk music like, and I'm like, damn, I can't even get jiggy with this shit. I don't know how to dance to this shit. You know what I'm talking about? So, you know what I'm saying? Man, them little white girl, man, goddamn it, was like, damn, you see the nigga? Yeah, I see that goddamn nigga, goddamn it. And they're like, yeah, what's his name? I looked on the list. He said his name Tregang. That goddamn nigga named hung low. We gonna call it that hung low. You know, that's how I got my name. And this shit originated in Bangkok. I was in Bangkok fucking with the monks and shit because I was like, look, I'm tired of America. I want to change my life. I'm finna stop drinking and smoking and I want to be celibate. You know what I'm talking about? So I got me a passport and flew all the way out to South Korea and shit where the monks at in the mountains and shit. I showed up and shit. They like, who is this nigga? You know, they raising them up. They like, who is this nigga outside knocking on our temple doors? And this thing, you know, they open that motherfucker and I'm like, man, look, you know what I'm saying? I want to be a part of the monks and shit, you know. I'm just trying to get religion belief. So they try to make it like a racism, like, yeah, we don't want your kind and you know what I'm saying, and all these old shit. So I'm like, damn, you don't want my kind and all this. I felt bad a little bit. I was finna walk out the state. I got close to the borderline to a white chick synced me with the same goddamn tights on that I had in the ballerina. Was like, come here, young man. She's so racist. She couldn't even be racist when she seen the nuts. Look. Cause you know Chinese, they popular in ice cream. That's why, if it weren't for me, that's why a lot of females like nuts in their ice cream. Yeah, you want some ice cream? Yeah, I want some ice cream. You know what kind of ice cream you want? I want some walnuts. Yeah, give me some walnuts. You know what I'm talking about? Chocolate flavor with nuts in that motherfucker. So that's why look. So when she brought me in the temple, the monks were like, man, we gotta accept her now because he gonna take all our hoes. So when I get in the temple and shit, you know, they try to set me up, spike my wine and shit, you know what I'm talking about? They told me, yeah, this is what they told me. They were like, yeah, if you join our clan, you can't fuck a bitch. You got to be celibate and all that. I'm like, whoa. Have sex? Nope. And I went for that shit like, nah, I can't have sex, you know, so this is what I'm here for. Fuck these devil bitches, you know what I'm talking about? I'm like, yeah, fuck these devil hoes, and you know what I'm saying, and all this old shit. Come find out they gay. Here I am. They were like, yeah, here go your bed right here go your sheets and blanket and shit, you know what I'm talking about? So I'm sitting up there, you know what I'm saying, read my monk book. Like, yeah, Monk chapter 1, you know what I'm talking about? You can't swing iron. And I'm like, damn, I can't swing the iron, you know what I'm talking about? Like, damn. Come to find out, if I didn't read what the book of the monk said about the payout stick, shit. I ain't know you would have that much power. If you walk in the Bangkok with some little tights, some sweatpants, you know how y'all know them. Y'all know how we do. Y'all female know how us niggas do. Catch us at the gas station, she with those sweatpants, and the first thing she looking at, right at where them nuts at. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm finna see he packing. Yeah, I'm finna see. You know what I'm talking? Female be looking, bro. I catch female looking at me all the time, trying to play that role. You know how, like, when you walk at a grocery store and you walk down the aisle and there's a female heading your way and shit, y'all act like y'all don't see each other, but when y'all pay each other, y'all look baby like, damn, let me see how fat that ass is, you know what I'm talking about? And she gonna look baby like, let me see how fat your nuts is, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Man, y'all so crazy in the chat, bro. But that's what I be saying, boy. Y'all be shooting off in the chat. But at least I wasn't lying when I told y'all, man, you know, Jesus made up. Cause Jesus' narrative, it's other people got Jesus' narrative way before he was even born. Keep this in mind when the Bible was circulating in Jerusalem. And they said Jesus died for your sin. How? If Jesus would be already living and the Bible said he clearly was crucified. That means if you find out the timestamp on the Bible, Wait a minute. Don't hate me now when I say this. If you go back to the Bible and see when the Bible was in circulation in Jerusalem, how would the Bible be in circulation when Jesus still born? Right? But in the Bible, it said he was dead and already crucified. And he was still a baby. That don't make no sense. That don't even make no sense. That's why I said, man, that goddamn Jesus story is so fabricated, bruh. Because they stole that. Check this out. If they got you believing in Jesus, that means they took their history from somewhere else. Somewhere else, bruh. So what I'm basically saying is this. Whatever they got that Jesus from, bruh, that's our history. But they paint Jesus in their likeness. That's all I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? I'd rather say I believe in a creator instead of saying I believe in Jesus. If you believe in God, check this out. You don't think, if you believe in God and you believe in Jesus, you don't think you got a right to get on your hands and knees and pray to Jesus and be like, hey, Jesus, it's on my heart to ask, like, is I'm praying the real true God, and was you really crucified, and are you the real Messiah? Or, God, I gotta believe that I done read some books and they said you fake God. I done read some books and said you fake God. Is that true? Guess when you go back to the Holy Scripture, don't question me. Whoa! You mean to tell me that is like me going to my daddy, asking my daddy, hey daddy, can you help with my homework, right? Cause they said this math problem, this, and I got to solve this, you know what I'm saying? And just say he helped you with the problem. And then when you ask him, hey, how you come up, don't question me. This is like you coming to your mama and you a teenager. Just say you could be on your period, or you could be a little boy just done got burnt for the first time, don't understand. Because I remember when I first got burnt for the first time, goddamn it. Shit, ran in my goddamn mama room and like, man, there's something wrong with me. I thought I was gonna die. Man, I looked my dick so swell up and went to my mama. I'm like, mama, something wrong with me. She like, what's wrong with you? Man, I can't pee. It burn when I pee. Keep this in mind. Then my mom, she know what that mean. But in my mind, she don't know what she don't know. She don't know what you know what I'm talking about. Bruh. First thing she like, man, let's go to the clinic. I go to the clinic and shit. Oh yeah. Doctor come right up in her. You have sex? I'm like, hell no. Lying like a mother. I sound like a gay ass little boy in that motherfucker. You fuck with girls? Hell no. Gotta be having sex. No, I don't even fuck with girls. Sounding gay as hell in that motherfucker. Mama know I ain't gay. No, she know I'm lying now, goddamn it. Then she be like, if you ain't having sex, how you get burnt? You see what I'm saying? Guess what my dumb ass say? I don't know. What a little girl there, goddamn it. You know what I'm talking about? Look. And then when the doctor told me, man, you got an STD. An STD? What the fuck is that? Transmitted disease. Like what? That's why my dick won't look like this, cause this bitch pussy wrong. Oh man, hell no. Man, I ain't look. When I found that out, that crushed my childhood. Like, man, I ain't fucking these little ass. Man, you got me fucked up. I'm like, damn, that pussy killed me, bro. That pussy almost killed me. You know what I'm talking about? That motherfucker had me, goddamn it. That what made me slow down. Like, nah, I'm cool. I can't even trust a bitch now. You know what I'm talking about? Then the same bitch that burnt me still walking around the hood with the same booty shorts on. Talking about some, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? She done burnt me. Now I'm in the house hiding now because I don't want nobody to know I done got burnt. And this bitch still outside talking about some, what's up? Man, I started changing into a community activist like, yeah, you know what's going on, don't you? You know what I'm talking about? And break the whole party up. But shit, you can't even do that. Cause if you want a nigga about a bitch, he gonna go in the house and lock up. Like, damn, why the fuck? He must know something. I'm like, damn, this when I realized, damn, this bitch burned me, she got to burn all you niggas then, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, cause everybody fucking the same bitch in the hood now, you know? So I'm like, oh man, I ain't never, not no more. I'm cool. Not no goddamn more, bro. And ever since then, boy, shit. Hi, y'all. Appreciate the likes, y'all. Appreciate that. Man, I appreciate that support. So now look. I'm finna get on up out of... Damn, I've been on this joint almost 5 hours. I ain't know I've been on this motherfucker that long. I got to get out of here now. No wonder why I'm sleeping tired. Boy, I'm about to goddamn pass out over here. So look. So now look. At least nobody can say, man, Tregang ain't lying. Tregang was showing up with like, look, you can look this shit up, take time out, and see what's going on. If you don't, I will always get backlash like, man, look, I don't want to watch Tregang no more. This man talking about Jesus don't even exist. When he said that, nah, I'm straight. I'm straight. When Tregang got talking like that, nah, I'm cool. He done lost me with that one. I'm out. I don't mind at all. You see what I'm saying? I don't even mind at all. But guess what thing I do know? Boy, once you wake up, this is gonna be the #1 channel come back and be like, man, damn, man, Tregang did told a nigga this shit. I ain't believe it. Like, this is like when I was talking about the Kenneka Gene Cant, it was people hit me up talking about it. Man, look, Tregang, you know, Mr. Reese got something to do with it. I'm like, no, man, look, you lost me. I don't want to talk to you no more. I don't want to hear that shit. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. When people was coming to me, was like, man, Mr. Reese involved. I ain't want to hear none of this shit, bro. Soon you say Mr. Reese got something involved, man, I was blocking, getting rid of your way. Until what I found out, what I know now, that was the worst mistake. Because if I didn't do that, just imagine all the other information that I would have got that came behind it. So if you look at the person with like, man, look, Tregang owning some, and Tregang exposing everybody. I know what happened to Kenneka, so let me inform Tregang, see what's going on. And the worst thing I did was like, man, get up out of my motherfucking, man, you blocked. And the whole time, that could have been my ticket. What if I never did that, bro? Don't you know how many people I turned down on the Kenneka Jiggy case and they were telling me what was going on? All because Miss Teresa, bro. All because Miss Teresa is a grieving mother, and there's no way that I'm finna look at that lady different about her child. That was the worst mistake I ever did, bro. You see what I'm saying? So now look, think about it like this, girl. when Tregang got the leather from French Cave, I always say this shit. Look how people was at the hotel responded to Tregang, bro. When they responded, these people were scared. Like, man, Tregang, I want to talk to you, and you know what I'm saying? And then you had people like, yeah, man, you still talking about this case? Then you had people like, yeah, you better stop talking about this case or otherwise. Like, what you gonna do to me? What you gonna do to me? Shoot me, goddamn it? What you gonna catch me lagging and shit? Like I stop at red lights or something. Where I come from, we run them, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, we don't stop at stop signs or red light. We run them motherfuckers. Yeah. I hang with too many people to be alone, so if you gonna bust at me, you gotta kill 100 motherfuckers just to get to me. So that shit irrelevant, you know what I'm talking about? But like I said, gang, for the one that's riding with me, this your proof. Tregang didn't lie. He got receipts. Tregang said, look, this shit that he want to tell everybody, he clearly said, man, I ain't the best explaining this shit. I'm bad when it come to, man, I don't know how to break this shit down, y'all. I'm the wrong person trying to be explained. I feel like Moses, when Moses asked God, like, man, look, I don't have the mouthpiece to preach to these people your words and all this old shit. So I knew when I told everybody this, I'm like, look, I already know they ain't finna believe me on this. If Tregang say, man, I know these people ain't finna believe on me on this shit, and I did all this research, so you know Tregang ain't goddamn clout chasing. Cause if Tregang clout chasing, I'm gonna give y'all what y'all want. Boy, this finna be a clout chasing motherfucker, or you know what I'm saying? No. If Tregang finna put some information that he know, they like, man, look, boy, I'm finna lose some followers on this one. Boy, what that tells you? What that tells you? Cause you wanna know what? The average YouTuber won't even do that. They'll give you what you want to hear. Instead of the truth, check it out. If I know the truth about a murder case or something I know the truth of, right? And you ask me, hey, can you tell me what's going on, Tregang? By me sticking with the guidelines, this one I'm finna give you a narrative. Cause I don't want my channel, you know what I'm talking about, and get scrubbed and all because they want some fucking money and monetize the video. That's why they tell you, man, look, my video gone and you know what I'm saying, I got to redo. No. I know the game. I know the game, bro. It's just you put some information out there and you ain't getting paid for it. So you got to redo the video because of community guidelines. So you really basically feeding your viewers of what they want to hear. So when Tregang telling y'all like, man, look, man, this is what's going on. You can look this up. If you do your own research, why would you need to listen to a YouTube? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. The crazy part about it, y'all sitting up here listening to me. And like, yeah, man, Tregang keep talking that shit, but keep this in mind, this public information and you can pull it up. That's crazy. We can both pull it up. How about me and you can both pull it up? And when we both pull it up, it won't be no room for argument. But we have a clear understanding. If you look it up, I look it up, and we have a clear understanding, just imagine we get 10 people like that. Just imagine we get 10 plus 50. 50 plus 100. 100 plus 1,000. 1,000 plus, you know what I'm saying, another 1,000. Boy, Mitch Teresa done lost the battle. Because everybody talking about facts. No more theories. You see what I'm saying? Real talk. Check this out. I'd rather go live every morning just to go over receipts. No storytelling, no nothing. Straight study mode. All right, we're going to go back to the time when they said Kenneka came up missing around her. So let's go back to like 2 hours before Kenneka came up missing. Just let's watch the footage. You don't need no narrative. Watch the footage for 2 hours. What leads up to that? If your child came, just say if you picked your child up from school and you get back to that house and you tell your child, hey, when you get in this house, wash these dishes and take the trash out. And y'all just get there. That's the first thing your child finna do. Go take the trash out. And you notice, hey, that child didn't even come back in the house yet. And then you gonna look for your child really find out that your child missing. So once you do the calculating of the time, you don't think you want to go back to that time frame and watch your whole surveillance footage? Or you want to hear a narrative? You see what I'm saying? So when I said that, think about this here. If it was rumors said Kenneka died on the 6th, you don't think you want to go back to the first footage they gave us, even though it could be edited, all of that, but you don't think you want to watch that in that time frame? You don't think you want to watch that in that time frame? I mean, bro, that's crazy to me. This how easy, look, this how easy that you could pull this up. Check this out. You want to know how easy it is? Do you want to know how easy, anything that you want to find out, right? Just say, is Jesus a myth or is Jesus real? Hold on, let me do this shit right quick. Hold on, watch this. Hold on. Let me do this shit live, goddamn. Damn. Hold on. Hello, y'all.